Hiding from the Fortune Hunters. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1. 1877. Colena pulled off the black hat she had worn at her father's funeral, and then threw it onto a chair before she sat down in front of the mirror to tidy her hair. She had tried not to cry at the funeral, and somehow she had succeeded. But now she felt tears coming into her eyes, and it was difficult to see her own reflection. The funeral for Sir Arthur Dalton had taken place at the English church in Paris, and because they were in Paris, his death had not filled the newspapers, which Colena knew it would have done in London. Sir Arthur had made himself one of the richest and most acclaimed men in the whole country, and because he was so shrewd as well as lucky, he had become one of the wealthiest men of the times. Colena knew that his death would be headlines in almost every English newspaper. It was because of this that she had deliberately had him buried very quickly after his death. Only his relatives and close friends were aware that he was no longer with them. It was 3 years ago that Sir Arthur, on one of his trips abroad, from which he usually came back richer than he was already, had caught a strange and frightening fever, which developed into a disease that had affected his whole body. Because he had been in Paris when it had occurred, Colena had not returned to England, but stayed so that she could see her father every day, and she had been told by the doctors that it was only a question of time before he was back on his feet. He was, in fact, only 65 when he died. It was something no one expected or anticipated. Colena herself had been dreadfully shocked when she had called to see her father after his afternoon rest, to be told that he had died in his sleep. "But you were so sure," she had said to the doctors, "that he would recover from this dreadful oriental disease which had lingered on and on. I did not believe that it would kill him." The tears had come into her eyes at the last words. One of the doctors, who was French, bent forward to put his hand on her arm. "You must be very brave, mademoiselle," he said in French, "as you have been all the time that your father has been so ill. To be absolutely frank with you, none of us had the slightest idea that it would eventually kill him." "You have been so kind, Doctor," Colena sighed. "But I too thought that he would be back to being as energetic and clever as he had always been." There was nothing more that the doctor could say. She had gone back to the house that her father had bought in Paris, which was just off the Champs-Élysées. Her cousin, Elizabeth, had been waiting there for her, and she knew as soon as she saw her that something terrible had happened. Colena had rushed forward and thrown her arms around her cousin. "Papa is dead," she sobbed, "and they were so sure that he would get well." She was weeping copiously, and there was nothing her cousin could do but hold her closely. "You have to be brave," she told her, "as your dear father must have been brave when your mother died. You are the only person who I have left," Colena wailed. "Now I feel all alone in the world, and there is no point in thinking that there is anything for me to do." Elizabeth thought this to be true, but was too wise to say so. She merely comforted Colena as best she could. When she became calmer and stopped crying, they started to plan what they would do. "I don't want to stay in Paris," Colena said. "It will always remind me of Papa, and how he enjoyed taking me to the sights when he was not busy." "You are not the only person who will miss him," Elizabeth replied. "He is renowned for the brilliant way he has helped so many people become almost as rich as he was himself." "I know that," Colena answered, "and I know how much he will be missed in England. I would rather be at home when they will all come saying over and over again how wonderful he was." "Then we will certainly go back," Elizabeth assured her. "After all, the house is waiting for you, and you never expected when you came away that we would be here for so long." "It's been nearly 2 years," Colena said. "I was 17 when I left, and had just finished my schooling." Elizabeth nodded, and Colena went on. "But of course, I wanted to come to France with Papa. As he knew that he had a big job to do, he wanted me to be with him rather than leave me in England." "And of course, you enjoyed Paris," Elizabeth said. "It was a year later when I came to join you. I was thrilled at the invitation, but then I never expected that it would last over 2 years." "None of us did," Colena replied. "But when Papa became ill, well, there was no point in moving. So here we are, now, without him." Tears ran down her face again. Her cousin held her very closely. "You have to be brave," she said. "Just think how wonderful your father was, and how many people will miss him. You are so lucky to be his daughter." "Of course I am," Colena agreed. "I thought that he was the most fabulous man there ever was, even though I really saw very little of him. He was always so incredibly busy, and everyone wanted him because he was successful in everything he undertook." Elizabeth then took Colena upstairs and insisted on her lying down. "If you want to cry, then you must cry," she told her. "But you must not let everyone else see you, because they will want to cry too. I think a lot of people will be missing Papa, more than they realize," Colena said. "He was so brilliant that he succeeded in everything he did, and then everyone wanted to copy him or be associated with him in some way." Her cousin had agreed. At the same time, she thought that going on and on about just how marvellous Sir Arthur had been would only make Colena unhappier than she was already. She therefore started to pack up all the things they would take with them to London. Elizabeth took out her pen and drafted a letter that she thought Colena should read before she sent it to the house in London, saying that they were returning. "The sooner we leave," she thought, "where everything reminds Colena of her father, the better." She started thinking who they had to inform of her uncle's death. The most important, naturally, were the people who had looked after his money and his possessions while he had been so ill. Luckily, Mr. James Armstrong, the solicitor who paid the servants and everything that was needed, was due to come back to the house later that afternoon. When he did arrive, he was as horrified as they had been at Sir Arthur's death. The man who had always seemed to him and a great number of others to be the very spirit and master of everything around him was no longer there. "What we have to do now," Mr. Armstrong said to Elizabeth when her cousin was not there, "is to make Miss Colena feel at home in London. She has not lived in the house for any length of time, and therefore has very few friends in England." "The family will rally round her," Elizabeth replied. She was 24, and one of Colena's cousins, who was not married or involved with any man when Sir Arthur had realized that he had been in France for some considerable time. He had therefore asked her to be a companion to his daughter. Sir Arthur had been more grateful to her than she expected, and she had actually given up a great deal to do as he wanted. She had only recently been a debutante for 1 year, and had been a great success, and she was invited to parties almost every night. However, because her uncle was so influential and admired by everyone she knew, it was a great compliment that he was offering her this position of trust. She had therefore accepted it without hesitation, and she had thought, of course, that they would only be in Paris for 3 or 4 months at the outside. But when it extended year after year, she had too kind a nature and was too fond of Colena to say goodbye and return to London alone. She was well rewarded by being given the most beautiful clothes that only Paris could provide. She had also received at birthdays and Christmas the most expensive and beautiful jewellery from the Rue de la Paix. At the same time, she had greatly missed her friends in London, and was only too well aware that she was now no longer a debutante. In fact, as a friend wrote to her, if she had been in London, she would have doubtless been married by now. "I don't regret it in any way," she thought to herself as she wrote to the different people who had to learn of her uncle's death. One thing that she was sure of was that Sir Arthur would be little mourned here in Paris, except by those who actually did business with him. But in London there would be many people who would be distressed at losing him. Perhaps the Prime Minister himself and members of the Cabinet would appreciate better than anyone that they had lost a man of outstanding merit, who had helped and advised them in good times and bad. There was no one to take his place in London, or for that matter, anywhere else. What Elizabeth now saw as a difficulty more than anything else was that as Colena had been at school in the country and abroad so much, she had no friends in London. In the holidays, her father had invariably taken her either to their home in the country or on a trip to Scotland or Ireland, where he would be working on business deals. Colena was therefore returning to London and, as her cousin saw it, with few people to welcome her, and no one who had worked with her father would be likely to find a place in their busy lives for her. Now, I will have to ask someone in the family to chaperone her, she thought. I cannot think who that could possibly be. It seemed strange, but actually their family was a small one. Sir Arthur had been born in Scotland, although his family were not Scottish. He had won a scholarship to Oxford University, and had emerged with such an outstanding and brilliant brain that everyone in London had held out their arms to him. It had never struck him that he should return back to Scotland to his own relations. As the years passed by, and he travelled all over the world, growing richer and richer from every country that he visited, and being politically involved in the empire, which was growing year by year, there had been no opportunity for him to look up his relatives. And, as far as Elizabeth knew, because they were her relations too, most of them were dead. Elizabeth's mother had died in childbirth when she was only 15, and her father, of whom she saw very little because he was a constant traveller, had an accident a year and a half ago. The carriage he had hired was overturned in a road accident, and he had died shortly after receiving extremely serious injuries to his head. By this time, because she had been with Colena in the holidays, she had been quite happy to make her home her own, and to think of herself as part of the magnificent entourage that Sir Arthur surrounded himself with. What she had liked, more than anything else, was that he talked to her as if she was older than she actually was, and she believed that she had learned more from him than she had ever learnt at school. Now it seemed horrifying that she and Colena were two young people travelling on a great sea of money, but with few companions and no one to tell them exactly what they should do on their own. When Sir Arthur had been alive, it had always been a question of obeying him as quickly as possible. His endless orders came sharply, almost as if he was speaking to soldiers, and the two girls had hurried to obey him, whatever he asked of them. It had all been very exciting, and a different world from the one she had grown up in, and it was an adventure that never ceased to surprise and entrance her, and she knew that Colena felt the same. She just could not help feeling that for a moment everything had suddenly come to an abrupt standstill, as if they were in some huge train and they had no idea how to get it moving again. I must do my best for Colena, she told herself, because now she is completely alone. I cannot think what we will do when we reach London. Feeling that she must talk to Colena and tell her what was happening, she went along to her room, only to find that she was asleep. It's the best thing that could happen, Elizabeth thought to herself. Very softly, so as not to disturb her cousin, she pulled down the blinds and left the room in darkness. It was actually only half an hour later that Colena, who had cried dismally before she fell asleep, awoke. At first, she thought that it was night, and then she remembered that it had been early in the afternoon when she had gone to bed. As she had missed her luncheon, she would be glad for a cup of tea. She had only partially undressed, so it did not take her long to put on her dress again without calling a maid, tidy her hair, and walk downstairs. As she neared the drawing-room, she heard a voice, and then she moved quickly into the room adjoining it. If there were visitors, and perhaps they had learned of her father's death and wanted to talk to her about it, it was the one thing that she wished to avoid for the present. But there was definitely voices next door. She then walked across the room to the door that communicated with the drawing-room, where the sound was coming from. Very, very gently, so that it was impossible to make any sound, she pulled open the door. Then she could hear a woman speaking in French in quite a low voice. There was a man with her, and it must have been his voice that she had heard when she was in the corridor. "Now listen to me, Pierre," the woman was saying in French. "I will leave as soon as Colena joins us, and when you are alone, you must ask her to marry you." "But I don't think I want to marry her, and I am quite certain that she does not want to marry me," the man replied. Colleen was aware now of whom was speaking. It was a young man whose father had been doing some business with her father. He had come to dinner on several occasions when they had been in Paris before her father went down with his terrible oriental disease. She had thought him rather dull at the time, and he had certainly not paid her any attention. But she did remember the mother, who was rather attractive in a strange way. She had made what she thought were tremendous advances to her father, and she had flirted with him in a manner that Colleen felt that only the French were capable of doing. Her father, moreover, had been pursued by a great number of women, and he had, as he had said to her once, very little time for them, as he was always so busy. She could not help being amused by the way that her father, with a twinkle in his eye, had encouraged the woman who was flirting with him. At the same time, in no way did he commit himself. When he had been taken so desperately ill, it had been the Comtesse who had called frequently to ask how he was. She would have visited him in the hospital if he had not been too ill to entertain visitors. In fact, the only people who were allowed to see him were Colena and Elizabeth. It was typical, she thought, that when no one could have known about her father's death, the Comtesse should have managed to hear of it, and had called before anyone else was likely to do so. "As soon as I leave you, Pierre," she was saying, "just say how sorry you are that her father has died. Then declare that you have always loved her, and will look after her. Tell her that you are willing to marry her at once, tomorrow, if necessary." "But, Mamma, I don't want to marry her, or anyone else," Pierre protested again. "Don't be ridiculous," the Comtesse scolded him scathingly. "Sir Arthur Dalton was one of the richest men in England. He had an enormous amount of money, more than one could ever dream of possessing." She stopped for a breath before she continued excitedly. "As we know him far better than anyone else, I am quite certain that Colena will only be too happy to marry you. As you must be well aware, it means that we can then have everything that we have ever wanted, and much more." "Was he really so rich?" Pierre asked. "As I have told you, he was one of the richest men in England," the Comtesse replied. "He has a vast amount of money, almost in every country in the world, and certainly here in France, he is respected by everyone. The French government will be devastated, as the English government will be over his death." There was a poignant silence, but Colena did not move. After a moment, Pierre remarked, "It does not seem right, Mamma, to ask Colena to marry me when she is just bereaved of her father." "This is just the right moment, Pierre," his mother answered sharply. "She will now be feeling very lost and undoubtedly frightened. Who else is there besides you to comfort her and make her feel happy, as she should do at her age?" "She will not be happy that her father, who she obviously loved, is dead," Pierre persisted. "Oh, stop arguing. his mother exclaimed angrily. "What you have to do is to offer her marriage and make quite sure that she accepts you. Leave everything to me. I will arrange it, and I will be very proud of my daughter-in-law." There was an expression in the Comtesse's voice which made Colena shudder. She pushed the communicating door to, and hurried across the room and up the stairs. When she reached her own room, she took off the dress she had just put on, and climbed back into bed. She had only just managed to do so, when there was a knock on the door, and a servant came in to say, "The Comtesse de Lyons and her son, the Comte, are here to see you, mademoiselle." "Thank them for calling," Colena told them, "but tell them that I am not receiving anyone today, and I am, in fact, in bed." The servant closed the door, and Colena lay back on her pillows. It was then that an idea suddenly came to her. An idea which was, she thought, so clever, it might have been something that her father would have dreamt up. "I must work it out in detail," she told herself. Getting out of her bed, she put on her dressing gown and went next door to find, as she expected, that her cousin was waiting to come to her when she was awake. She was reading a book, and when Colena went in, she said, "Oh, dearest, are you now feeling better? I thought perhaps if you had a good long sleep, it would make you feel stronger." Colena sat down on the sofa next to her cousin. "I have an idea," she said, "which has come to me, and I want you to listen to it very carefully and see if I'm right." "An idea?" Elizabeth exclaimed. "Well, what is it? I'm listening." "One of the servants has just told me now," Colena began, "that the Comtesse de Lyons and that dreary son of hers have called to see me." "Oh, no, not the Comtesse. She pursued your father, and he said to me the last time she called uninvited that she was becoming a serious bore, and, in future, he would not be at home when she came here without an invitation." "That is what I should have said this afternoon," Colena answered. "But I was downstairs before I knew that she was here, and I heard someone talking in the drawing-room. As a matter of fact, I thought that it was you who was there." "I was rather afraid that there would be callers," Elizabeth replied, "so I stayed in my own room, as I have no wish to see anyone." "I can understand," Colena said. "When I realized that it was the Comtesse and her son Pierre, I then went into the smoking-room, where, as you well know, there is a communicating door with the drawing-room." "So you were listening in to what you thought she might be saying to me?" Elizabeth questioned. "I think that they asked for me, but the servant obviously did not know I had gone up to bed, and did not notify me of their arrival until after I had gone downstairs, having no idea that anyone was there." "No one else would have come but the Comtesse," Elizabeth pointed out somewhat scornfully. "That is what I thought when I heard her," Colena agreed. "She was talking to her son Pierre, and telling him that the moment I came in to see them, she would make an excuse to leave, and then he was to propose to me." "Propose to you?" Elizabeth cried. "Do you mean ask you to marry him?" "She is determined that I shall marry him because Papa was so rich. I presume she is aware that I will inherit all his money, as he had no other children." "So, she wants her son to marry you," Elizabeth fumed. "I have never heard anything so disgraceful. After all, you can hardly be expected to think of marriage the day after your father's funeral." "I would not consider marrying Pierre at any time," Colena replied. "That is why I have a special idea that I want to suggest to you." "Tell me first if we have got rid of the Comtesse," Elizabeth asked. "I suppose she must have gone, unless she is sitting waiting to entrap me the moment I go downstairs," Colena answered. "She is the most pushy, ghastly woman I have ever met," Elizabeth said. "As for marrying her son, I cannot imagine that anyone would want to marry him when he has such a tiresome mother." "Oh, I feel the same," Colena agreed. "But when I went upstairs, I thought that, as Papa's death will be in all the English newspapers, and there is no doubt that to talk about him is also to describe how rich he was, then I have to do something about myself. Elizabeth stared at her. What do you mean by that? She asked. I am not so silly as not to realize that Pierre will only be one of a stream of young men who will be told by their family to try to marry me, and I have no intention of marrying someone I don't love, and who does not love me for myself. Well, of course not, dearest, Elizabeth said. You are not as stupid as to be taken in by fortune hunters. But you are right, and I am afraid that there will be a great number of them. That is what I am afraid of. I have not had any time to think about it, or to feel I can say no without being rude or disagreeable, and making someone unhappy. Colena gave a little sigh before she added, I just want to be left alone, to be by myself and not merely Papa's daughter. If I do marry, as I expect I will because I love children, I want to marry a man because I am me, and not because I am Papa's daughter. Elizabeth put out her hand. You are quite right, dearest. I understand exactly what you are feeling. Of course you are sensible enough to see it, and to realize that it is bound to happen. There was silence for a moment before she went on. You will just have to be sensible, and hope that Mr. Right comes along, before too many greedy fortune hunters throw themselves at your feet. I have thought of a better way than that, Colena replied, but I need your help, Elizabeth. Of course, I'm happy to help in every way I can, but you would not be your father's daughter if you did not realize that people are obsessed by money. The fact that you are so rich will make you seem desirable not to one man, but to dozens of them. She smiled at Colena and added, There is nothing you can do about it, except to go round and round the world. Even then, most of the men on the ships would either lay their empty purses at your feet, or worse still, try to force you into marriage. That is exactly what I have thought about, and why I am determined it will not happen, Colena replied. It is why I am appealing to you, dearest Elizabeth, because I think you love me, and I know you also loved Papa as I did. He was a wonderful man. I have often wondered just how he managed so cleverly to say no to numerous women who tried to marry him. I did not think of that, Colena answered. Were there a lot of them? A lot. Everywhere we went, women seemed to spring up from the ground and fall at his feet. He flirted with them because they amused him, and he liked pretty faces. Elizabeth laughed, as she then remarked, But he was clever enough not to be trapped by them into marching up the aisle and putting a wedding ring on their finger. Colena grinned. I think he must have enjoyed being triumphant and remained unmarried when they wanted him so much. He certainly succeeded, Elizabeth replied. But he said to me once, You will have to protect my beloved Colena from these hunting hounds when she comes out. The only way she can be certain of avoiding them will be to find a man who really loves her and who is not blinded by her money. Did he really say that? Colena asked her. Oh, he said it not once, but several times. I promised him that I would do everything in my power to keep the fortune hunters at bay. But he knew that inevitably they would turn up, and it was going to be difficult for you to keep them from trapping you in some way. I would hope I am not able to avoid that, Colena said. But I have thought of a cleverer way than either you or Papa came up with. Her cousin looked at her questioningly. Colena knew that she was exceedingly worried that this situation should have arisen quite so soon after her father's death. If they had all waited until tomorrow, it would have been slightly more decent, she now told herself. But then, doubtless tomorrow there will be others. With a feeling of relief, she thought that there would not be so many in France. Since her father's illness, she and Elizabeth had kept themselves very much to themselves. His French friends, with the exception of just a few ladies like the Comtesse, were nearly all businessmen, with whom she did not come into contact, unless they called at the house for luncheon or dinner. This had seldom happened because her father did not like discussing business at mealtimes. He enjoyed being alone with his daughter and his niece. He told them stories of the places he had been to and the strange people he had met, and made them laugh. In fact, it was impossible for Colena not to miss him unbearably when he was so ill. Meals seemed dull, with long moments of silence, but with her father there, they had laughed and talked 19 to the dozen. Now, before she could say anything, Elizabeth said, "We must talk this over very seriously. As I have already said, I expected it, but not so quickly. You must prepare yourself to be pleaded with by almost every single man you meet." She paused before she carried on. "You must be on your guard against determined fortune hunters, who will trap you in some way or another. They will then force you to become their wife." Colena drew in her breath. "I know exactly what you are trying to say to me, and maybe if I was as frightened as you are trying to make me, I should want to go into a convent." "Of course not," Elizabeth exclaimed. "You will enjoy yourself, and as soon as you are out of mourning, you will then be surrounded by Uncle Arthur's friends. Many of them are particularly charming and delightful people." She hesitated for a moment, and then resumed. "Also, as they are English, the men will behave like gentlemen, which is more than I can say of that unpleasant son of the Comtesse." "I don't think that it's all his fault," Colena replied. "Actually, he was very reluctant to marry anyone, least of all me. But you will recall how insistent his mother was in pursuing Papa. Well, she will be even more persistent in pursuing me." "Nothing would surprise me," Elizabeth answered. "That is why, dearest, you have to be very sensible." She drew a deep breath before she added, "I will guard you all I can, but then you will have to guard yourself as well, and be instantly suspicious of even the most charming man, in case he is seeing you not as you are, but sitting on a throne of gold and wearing, of course, a golden crown." Colena laughed as her cousin had meant her to do. "I have a good mind to receive them exactly like that," she said. "Then, as they near the golden throne, it will suddenly collapse, and I will be sitting in a sea of paper on which is written, 'No, no, no.'" Elizabeth laughed. "That might put them off. Oh, but I doubt it. Whatever you say or do, there will be no getting rid of the pleaders at the door." "They are bound to do that," Colena agreed. "That is why I am going to tell you my idea of how I will escape them. I want you to promise me that you will listen to me intently and not give an answer until you have thought about it. Just as Papa said, he always considered very carefully every project put in front of him before he thought of accepting it." "I remember him saying that," Elizabeth replied. "Your father was always so clever. I really cannot believe that, because we belong to him, we have not been left with some of his brains. As his only child, it is only right I should inherit all his brains," Colena answered. "But I will allow you to have a good half of mine, because in that way I know that you will be able to help me." "Well, will you tell me then what you want me to do?" Elizabeth pleaded. "I am afraid that if you make it too difficult for me, I will find it even harder to refuse." "That is what I am hoping," Colena said. "As you know, Papa never gave up on a new idea, and invariably won everything he undertook. Therefore, I have to be like him." "Well, you certainly sound like him when you talk like that. So tell me, what have you in mind? And I promise I will do whatever I can to help you." She smiled at her cousin before she went on. "But the awkward thing is that you are very pretty and very clever. How could you not be? Therefore, you are exactly like every man wants in a wife." Colena clapped her hands. "Oh, that is a lovely compliment. Far better than any man could ever pay me. But, as I cannot marry you, there is something you can do for me which is just as important." "Just as important as marriage? What can it be?" "It is quite simple, really," Colena began. I am just asking you, if necessary on my knees, that when we go back to England, we change places. I am you, and you are me. Chapter 2. Elizabeth stared at Colena in astonishment. Then she asked, "What do you mean? I don't think I understand." "But I think you do," Colena replied. "You will be Papa's daughter, and I will be his niece." "That's impossible," Elizabeth protested. "People will guess at once." "Why should they? Just think it out, as Papa would have done." "No one at home in England has seen you or me for nearly 3 years. I had just left school when they last saw me, and then I was much rougher, so to speak, than I am now." Elizabeth opened her mouth as if she was about to say something, and then she closed it again. "With Papa's influence and yours," Colena carried on, "I have become what my old governess used to call polished. It was something you had 3 years ago, which has developed even further than it was at first." Elizabeth giggled. "I know what you are trying to say," she replied. "If you remember, it was your father who always expected us to be smartly dressed, to have our hair tidy, and to be, as you say, polished. Of course he did, because he liked women to look smart, elegant, and beautiful. And that is what we both have become." Elizabeth looked thoughtful for a moment. Then she said, "I am not agreeing with your idea, but I suppose now I think over it that, as no one has seen us for 3 years, and we have always been very much like each other, because, as your father said, we resemble your mother, who was a great beauty, it might be possible if we change our names to deceive people at home." "Of course we would," Colena said, "and whatever arguments you may put forward, it's the one way of making sure for both of us that we are married for ourselves and not for Papa's money." "I don't see that it would affect me as much as you," Elizabeth queried. "Of course it does," Colena insisted. "You are not thinking straight." She paused for a moment before she went on. "If someone proposes to you because he wants your money, and eventually you have to tell them that it was all a game, and you only have a little, but certainly not millions, as I have, you will soon know if he loves you, or whether he would then be running away in the opposite direction as quickly as he can." Elizabeth smiled. "Oh, now you are really making a game of it." "Of course it's a game, and a very exciting one at that," Colena said. "It's of the greatest advantage to you and me." She paused, and, as Elizabeth did not speak, she continued, "We both want love, the real love that Papa had for Mamma and she had for him. She would have loved him just as much if they had to live in a small hut and walk to work instead of being driven by the most expensive horses in the country." She drew in her breath before she added, "Of course, I want that sort of love, and not being pushed up the aisle by a greedy woman like the Comtesse into marrying a man who does not like me for myself, but is told he has to marry me simply because I have so much money." She spoke almost violently, with a sharp edge to her voice. Almost instinctively, Elizabeth put out her hand. "It has upset you," she said, "and I would not have that happen at this particular moment. Of course it's wrong for the Comtesse to push her son reluctantly up the aisle, to marry anyone, least of all you, who have such an ideal idea about love." "Of course I want the ideal love," Colena replied, almost crossly. "It seems to me that I have as much chance of finding it as flying to the moon." "You are not to talk like that," Elizabeth urged. "I know, dearest Colena, that listening to the Comtesse and her son has upset you, but not everyone in the world is so obsessed with money that they cannot think of anything else." "Not everyone in the world," Colena repeated, "but a great number of the people we will meet in London will be blinded by Papa's money into thinking that is the only thing that matters. As far as they are concerned, my heart and soul do not exist." Elizabeth rose and walked to the window, and stood there, gazing out. "You are making things very difficult for yourself," she told her after what seemed a long silence. "I could murder that Comtesse for upsetting you now." "The Comtesse has only made me see the real truth behind the social world, which will be waiting for us in London," Colena replied. "As we have already said, Papa studied every minute detail of anything he was about to do before he did it. That is what we both have to do before we go to London." There was silence until Elizabeth turned round from the window. Then she said, "Do you really think we could pull it off? I have to admit, it is just the sort of idea that your father would think of. In its own way, it's very clever of you, dearest." "It's not really clever. It's sensible," Colena replied. "What we want at this moment is a little common sense." She then poured herself another cup of tea before she went on. "Look at it as if it's a game. I am the prize that someone is going to want to win at the end of the race, shall we say. But the man who wants me must love me because I am his ideal woman, who has been looking for and prayed he would find one day." "I am sure you will be like that to a great number of men," Elizabeth murmured. "How can I ever be sure?" Colena asked. "That he loved me more than the enormous pile of gold sovereigns which Papa left me, and which would almost reach up to the sun? Of course, he would be blinded by all the glitter and excitement," Elizabeth admitted. "Then I would come into the race a very poor third, fourth, or fifth." Elizabeth laughed as if she could not help it. "We must think this out very carefully indeed, and if anyone knew what we have done, they would make it a first-class story in the newspapers." "Oh, I know that," Colena agreed. "But we have to think for ourselves, or rather for me, and there is really no other way that I can ever be really sure of being loved for myself and not for my money." "And then what about me?" Elizabeth asked. "I know I am making it precarious for you," Colena replied, "but you are older and wiser than me, and I know that you have had a good few men running after you because they think that you are attractive." She gave a sigh before she went on. "I feel sure that you will be able to judge far better than I can, as I have had no experience, whether they are just flirting with you or are really serious in wanting you as their wife." "If I say yes," Elizabeth answered, "and then tell him the truth, and he runs away, I will lose him." "It will not really be a loss, if you then know that all he cares about is Papa's money," Colena replied. Elizabeth held up her hand. "You are just like your father. You have an answer to everything, and it is invariably one that is impossible to argue against." "What I think we will both do," Colena said, "is to be grateful that we have this test, and we will therefore not be deceived, but eventually find out what we are both wanting. A man who really loves us for ourselves." There was another silence. Then Elizabeth suddenly laughed. "It's no use," she said. "I find it impossible to argue with you, just as I found it impossible to argue with your father. He always had the last word, and I suppose that is what you will always have too." "It is what I want to have," Colena replied. "As this concerns us both deeply, I can only beg you, dearest cousin Elizabeth, to agree that it is worth a try. If we find it impossible, we will stand up and tell the truth, and make quite a number of people look like fools. I think it could end up by making you extremely unpopular. Therefore we must keep it a complete and utter secret until we really have to tell the truth. If a man is being deceived, and now wants to run away as quickly as he possibly can," Colena replied, "he is not likely to talk about it. In fact, he will keep completely silent because he has been hoodwinked." "It's no use," Elizabeth now groaned. "You have an answer for everything. All right, I will do what you want. But if it gets us into trouble, we will have to leave London for Timbuktu and disguise ourselves as two girls without a penny piece to their names. Colena jumped up and clapped her hands. You have agreed. Oh, you have agreed. Oh, that is exactly what I wanted you to do. Now, can we plan what will happen when we go back to London? The two girls looked at each other for a moment. Then Colena said in a very different voice, Leaving my darling papa behind. Oh, I had forgotten for a second how terrible it will all be without him, and how much I shall miss him. Elizabeth put her arms around her. I believe that your dear father, wherever he is, she said, will be looking after us. Perhaps it was he who put the idea in your head in the first place. For a brief moment Colena was silent. Then she asked Elizabeth, Do you really think that he is watching over us? Of course he is, Elizabeth assured her. Can you imagine that he would enjoy heaven or anywhere else if he thought that we were doing something stupid or being so unhappy that we would make him unhappy too? Colena wiped the tears from her eyes. Papa hated people to mourn. As he said so often, I hate black, and I forbid you or any other members of the family to wear black at my funeral. I do remember him saying that, Elizabeth replied, but I thought that he was joking, and anyway, it would be a long time before he died. He was so active and so busy that I could not think of him disappearing from this world into another. There was a further silence, and then Colena said, Papa always believed that there was another world, and that the people who were there were always ready to help those they loved when they had been on earth. I am quite sure, Elizabeth said, that he thought your mother, who he adored, was watching over him. On more than one occasion he said to me, My wife will be extremely proud of me when I have pulled off this very difficult and complex deal. I've heard him say that too, Colena answered, and I often talk to Mamma at night when I am saying my prayers. She will undoubtedly be looking after you, and so will your father, so I will not have such a heavy burden as I anticipated. I will not be a heavy burden, Colena retorted. In fact, I will be a very light one, if I am you, and you are me. Have I really agreed to this mad idea of yours? Elizabeth teased her. Of course you have. We have argued just as Papa would have done, and you cannot think of any real reason why you should not help me as I want you to do. Elizabeth gave a deep sigh. Very well, she answered. But if things go wrong and we don't succeed, you must not blame me entirely. Colena put her arms round her and hugged her. I would not blame you for anything, she assured her. But now we have to think out all the details and not make a single mistake, or I am sure that Papa would be very annoyed with us. She was speaking about him with tears in her eyes again. Elizabeth thought that, if nothing else, it had taken her mind off her father's death, but she was still well aware that there were a great number of pitfalls yet to come in the days ahead. They would have to be very clever not to fall into trouble the very moment they arrived home in England. Elizabeth and Colena had hoped that Sir Arthur would be buried very quietly, with only his special friends present. Although they tried to keep it like that, the church was packed with people. A good many of them were members of the press from London newspapers, and others were, from what she learnt later, almost every other newspaper in Europe. Colena had deliberately hurried the funeral forward, so that it would be more or less impossible for people to come over from London in time to attend. But many had come all the same. When they called at the house to see her, she had given strict instructions to the servants that she was unable to talk to any visitors. Fortunately, as her father had very few relatives, and those that he did have lived either in Scotland or the north of England, it was impossible for them to be present at the funeral. However, they wrote letters of condolence. Most of them were not only upset at losing Sir Arthur, but also afraid, because he was dead, that the very generous gifts of money he gave them would not continue. If you pretend to be me, Colena said to Elizabeth, You will have to make quite sure that Papa's generosity is not forgotten by all those solicitors or by inferring bank managers who think they are doing what is best for me by keeping the money for me and not distributing it as Papa did. Your father was the most generous man who ever existed, Elizabeth smiled. Of course those who received what he called annual presents from him will be terrified that they will cease to appear. We have to make quite certain that they do, and as we will always be together, you must tell me exactly what the accountants are up to. You are not suggesting surely that I will have to take your place when there is trouble over money, and even more, over yearly gifts? Elizabeth asked. All you have to do, Colena explained, is to carry on everything Papa did exactly as he did. Just add the people you and I want to help to the long list that there is already. You are making me more and more frightened, Elizabeth replied. I dread the moment when we have to return to England, and I pray that no one will recognize that we are acting a part instead of being ourselves. Now you are being very stupid, Colena answered. After all, who is likely to challenge us or to suggest that we have done anything unusual? I would suppose, as your relations did not come down from Scotland to attend your father's funeral, they are not likely to come merely to stare at us in London, and as you have already said, we are very much alike in many ways. She paused for a moment, then Elizabeth added, Only you are the prettier of the two. Nonsense, Colena exclaimed. The Frenchmen always flirted with you before they flirted with me. Elizabeth laughed. Oh, they would flirt with anyone, but the English are slower and, well, more critical. If they are too critical, we will just come back to France, Colena said. After all, if you go back disguised as me, you can be certain that the Comtesse will be waiting to force that awful son of hers upon you. Elizabeth pulled the cushion from behind her and threw it at her cousin. It makes me very angry even to think of that tiresome and rather unpleasant young man, she said. I do promise you one thing, and that is that you will find Englishmen far more attractive and far more honest when they start paying you compliments. I believe every word you say, Colena replied, but I am storing it up so that I don't make a mistake when I reach England. In the meantime, what about clothes? Elizabeth smiled. I felt you would think of that sooner or later, she replied. England or no England, when it comes to clothes, the French are far better dressed, as we both have to admit. Very well. We will stock up with everything we are likely to need before we leave, Colena proposed. They set off early the next day and found the most beautiful creations that Elizabeth thought were impossible to buy elsewhere. They were both even more excited that it was not a question of whether they could afford such lovely clothes. Even after living with her cousin for such a long time, it still surprised Elizabeth to realize that money did not matter in the slightest. If one wanted something, whatever it cost, it could be purchased. One thing, she said to Colena as they went back to the Rue de la Paix, where they had already spent a small fortune, is that if we do get married, we will not need an expensive trousseau. Nonsense, Colena replied indignantly. In only a month or so, we will be talking about those old clothes I bought in Paris and throwing them away on the nearest dust heap. I'm thinking of leaving mine in my will to my eldest daughter, Elizabeth replied. They were both laughing as the carriage stopped at their front door. Because they agreed it would be a sensible thing to do, they stayed in Paris for 3 months after Sir Arthur's death. They will be expecting us in London to be in half mourning if nothing else, Elizabeth said, and so we can therefore wear white or mauve, but it would be a mistake for us to go into brighter colours until at least 6 months have passed. The Parisian couturiers, however, were not in the slightest depressed by this idea. They merely designed the most attractive gowns for them in both these colours. They spread plenty of diamante over the plainness of white, adding that inevitable French chic to everything the girls saw. Of course, during the 3 months they waited, they saw men who were concerned with the vast properties of Sir Arthur, which extended into more or less every country in the world. Both girls received them. While they were talking to Elizabeth, believing her to be Sir Arthur's daughter, they found that her cousin was extremely knowledgeable on all of her so-called uncle's affairs. When they went away, they told themselves that the older girl was undoubtedly the cleverer of the two. When finally the girls left Paris, they did so quietly, without having a number of people to see them off at the Gare du Nord. They merely slipped away on one of the very early morning trains to Calais, and no one realized what was about to happen until they found the Paris house closed, with only a caretaker left in it. The ship to Dover was filled with holiday-makers, and they therefore created very little interest. As there was a drawing-room attached to the train, which was the way that Sir Arthur always travelled, no one thought that there was anything unusual, although the two young girls appeared to be the only occupants of it. When they reached London, they drove at once to the large house in Park Lane that Sir Arthur had bought 15 years before. It had been empty except for the servants, since he had been so ill abroad, and his chief secretary had been in charge. Although he had reduced the staff when Sir Arthur was taken ill, he had replaced them when he learned that his daughter was returning to London. As the two girls walked into the hall, Colena could not help but think that the years had sprung back. It was just the same as when she had left it over 5 years ago. The chief secretary to Sir Arthur Dalton had, of course, been with him for many years. It was not really his job to have to bother himself with anything as unimportant as the running of the house in Park Lane, but because Sir Arthur was now dead, he felt it his duty to supervise the new secretary he had brought in, also the enormous number of servants who had been employed to make the house livable again for Sir Arthur's daughter. They were greeted at the front door by a very smart butler, his 4 footmen under him, and every other servant in the house. Things were just the same as they had been when Sir Arthur had stayed there himself. However, what was a blessing, Colena thought, was that all the servants she remembered had gradually left, and as far as she could see when she first arrived, there was no one who had been there when she had stayed in the house in the past. "I do hope," the chief secretary said to Elizabeth, "you will find everything you want, Miss Dalton. I will call in tomorrow to find out if there is anything lacking or that you may require." "That is very kind of you," Elizabeth replied. "There must, however, now be a meeting as soon as possible," the chief secretary said, "with those who wish to tell you all about the developments of several of your father's interests. Some of them will undoubtedly require your signature." "I will be very delighted to meet them," Elizabeth answered. "You must just tell me, so we are not wasting time, when they want to come. I can promise you that I will be ready to hear anything they have to tell me." "That is very gracious of you, and just what I might expect from your father's daughter," the chief secretary said. "He was a wonderful man, and although I was of little importance before he left London, I always admired him tremendously. I hope that one day I will be as clever as he has been." "I am sure that you will," Elizabeth said, "but at the moment I know there is a great deal for you to do." "More than I will bore you with," he replied, "but I will come any time you wish to see me, and explain to you the many projects that your father was so wholeheartedly engaged with." Elizabeth thanked him again. He left thinking that both she and her very pretty cousin were exactly the right young women to have such an enormous fortune behind them. "One thing I must insist on," Elizabeth had said before they left Paris, "is that you are not treated as a poor relation. It would be unthinkable and very embarrassing for me." She had looked pensive for a moment before she went on. "We will therefore say that you have a large fortune in your own name, but naturally not exactly comparable to mine." Colena considered this. Then she had said, Yes, that does seem reasonable, but don't make it too big, otherwise there will be competition amongst the fortune hunters, as to who wins first with whom. Elizabeth had smiled. At the same time, she knew that once again Colena was being sensible and thinking things over as her father would have done. She also thought that if they had the feeling that Colena was poor, she might be left out of many invitations. She was determined that because she had given up for the moment being the great heiress, she should at least enjoy some of the parties and entertainments to which she undoubtedly would be invited. There was a delicious dinner served for them the first night they arrived, and when finally they went up to bed, Elizabeth said, "Everything seems to have gone off well so far." "Touch wood," Colena replied quickly. "We have jumped the first fence, and the second will be the first party we attend together." She had not spoken lightly. As the newspapers had effusively acclaimed their arrival in London, and referred once again to Sir Arthur's enormous wealth, neither girl was in the least surprised to find 5 letters arriving at luncheon-time the next day. Another 6 were delivered later in the afternoon. "As we cannot go to them all," Elizabeth said, "we will choose the grandest to start with, and work down to more or less normal parties by the end of the first month." "You are optimistic," Colena exclaimed. "If they have not caught you by the end of the season, there will be all sorts of threats and dangers in the second." Elizabeth chuckled, but she thought that maybe her cousin was right. While people might be quiet at first, considering that they were still in mourning, the traps would be waiting before the summer ended. The first party they decided to go to was to be given by the Countess of Littlewood. She wrote a very charming letter, saying that she had always been friends with the late Sir Arthur, and she would be very hurt and upset if his daughter did not come to the party she was giving in 3 days' time. "Your father was always a wonderful friend to me," she wrote. "Therefore, I feel I must pay back some of his generosity by making sure that you enjoy the season in London, although you are still in mourning. This, however, must not prevent you from coming to my party on Thursday night, to which the Prince of Wales is invited. I know that he would love to meet you, just as I and my husband are looking forward to greeting you, after you have been abroad and out of England for so long. Yours most sincerely, Catherine Littlewood." "Now that's a nice letter," Colena said to Elizabeth. "I am just wondering if she has a son," Elizabeth replied. They both laughed. "I have a feeling that she has at least 3 or 4, Colena said. "You can look them up in Debrett's peerage, and then see which one is more or less the right age for you." "It's not really a joking matter," Elizabeth replied. "But now comes the test of whether we will be successful or not." She then added, "While we are prepared to attend all the parties we are asked to, you must remember that one weekend, if not the first, we must go down to the house your father bought in the country. It's only an hour or 2 from London, and although he took a great deal of trouble over it, he never stayed there very long himself." Colena did not respond, and she continued, "I think that we should see if it is as comfortable as it should be, as a little later on in the season we may want to give a party there." "I remember that house, and I loved it just as much as Papa did," Colena smiled. "You have a good many fine horses there, and I can quite understand your father wanting a house near London. He loved riding, but he still put his work first." "That was why he just loved going to the country," Colena told her cousin, "and why it was there in the first place. Although I think Papa enjoyed riding and swimming when he was a boy. He really had very little time for the country and its attractions when he grew older." There, she added, "it was my mother who had persuaded him to buy a house near London, so that they could go there at the weekends. As she said, to get a little country air after the late nights and endless parties they had to attend." "It will be exciting for me to see it," Elizabeth said. "In fact, I don't think that I have ever been there, but I have been here before, and it is just as impressive as it was many years ago. I thought then it was undoubtedly the smartest and best furnished house, in the whole of Mayfair. Colena looked up at the pictures round the walls in the drawing-room where they were sitting. Because her father had always been insistent on her having a good education, she was aware that each painting on the wall was, in itself, an historic gem. The furniture, which was nearly all pre-Revolution French, was priceless and extraordinarily beautiful. "I love this house," she sighed. "I am so delighted that we have kept everything so perfect while we have been away. I only hope that we will be able to say the same about the house in the country," Elizabeth remarked. "We must find the time to go there. But judging by the number of invitations we have received, that is going to be another problem. I think that the real problem comes when we try to decide who we're going to invite, and then, of course, I'm referring to the gentlemen rather than the ladies," Colena answered. Elizabeth laughed. "Don't forget that if we have someone to stay, we will have to bring in a chaperone, and so, the sooner that we find someone who suits us both, the quicker we can start entertaining. Because of the number of invitations that we have received, I call it a most necessary extravagance," Colena replied with a smile. "So far, so good," Elizabeth said. "But the curtain has risen, and now we must be ready for the real drama to unfold." "In other words," Colena answered, "you are asking for the villains to appear. Then, of course, in the last scene, we will both be rescued by the hero. I wonder who it will be." Elizabeth laughed again. "I think we will still be asking that question in 3 months or even 6 months. Or then, maybe it will remain unanswered for several years." "I have never heard of anything so depressing," Colena replied. "When we both arrive at the ballroom tomorrow night, I will be most surprised if we don't have not only half a dozen invitations to dance, but also several proposals of marriage." "Oh, now you are talking nonsense," Elizabeth replied. "But we will both have to be alert for the fortune hunters. Even though you are a newcomer on the scene, the hunters will be certain you are tainted with the same riches as I am. Therefore, they will be crawling after you at the same time that they are running after me." Colena held up her hands. "I did not think of that," she admitted. "I will make sure from the very first moment that while I am part of the entourage, I am not by any means an important member of it." "Looking as you do in those gowns we bought in Paris," Elizabeth said, "you will find your protestations of being insignificant and penniless will be heard with closed ears." "Oh, now you are just trying to frighten me," Colena accused her. "We can only wait and see. But frankly, I am betting rather heavily on you." The girls were still laughing and teasing each other when they went up to bed. But they were not surprised to find the next day that there was another pile of invitations waiting for them in the hall. They were from hosts who wrote to say how fond they had been of Sir Arthur, and how much they would now miss him, and they were also willing to entertain and introduce his daughter to the London season. "They are all being very kind," Colena said, "and we ought not to laugh and ask the inevitable question of how many sons they have." "So, we will just have to wait and see," Elizabeth answered. "However, I will tell you something which you will find rather depressing. I opened a letter addressed to you, which contained some bad news." "Oh, what was that?" Colena inquired. "I read in the letter that there was a burglary at your house in the country. Some of the pictures were stolen, also some silver that I remember your father saying was George III, and therefore particularly valuable." "How could Papa have been so careless," Colena asked, "not to protect the house? I know that there were people left in charge." "Well, the letter does go on to say that there were only old servants left in the house after your father had gone to France, and did not return because he was so ill." "Well, we will have to go down there and look at it sooner or later," Colena said. "It's a lovely house, and I was always very happy there because our horses were so wonderful." "I understand that some of the better horses were brought up in London," Elizabeth replied. but it will be easy for them to be taken back again, I'm sure, and, if I am speaking for the horses, they would much prefer to be in the country than in London. Then I could ride one in Rotten Row tomorrow morning, Colena replied, and I think you had better come with me, otherwise they might think that I own the horses, and the fortune hunters will be after me in half a second. If they are going to be after you, they will be after you tonight when they see you at the ball, Elizabeth said. I hope that you're going to wear that white dress which is so entrancing. I guessed that you would want me to wear that one, Colena answered. But what are you wearing? This one is more suitable because of its deep purple, Elizabeth replied. It is exceedingly chic, as it is decorated with flowers, which will then sparkle as brightly as your gown. Oh, I do remember that one, Colena said. It's so lovely. If you are not the belle of the ball, I will ask for my money back. They both laughed at this, and went up to bed, still talking and teasing each other. Just before she went to sleep, Colena thought that she was very fortunate to have Elizabeth as her cousin. Once she had promised to change places with her. She had not wailed or moaned, but just accepted things as they came along, and laughed when anything went wrong. She is a really wonderful girl, she thought. I am very, very lucky to have her with me. She could not help thinking, however, that it was going to be very amusing when the men crowded round her cousin, because they believed that she was a great heiress, but she herself would be an onlooker, and not part of the game. Then she sighed and mused, I only wish that Papa was here. He would think it was all so amusing, and at the same time so clever of us. But wherever he is, I am sure that he knows what we are doing, and will make sure that neither of us are hurt by it. As she turned over on the soft, lace-edged pillows, she thought that if she ever married a man who she really loved, she would like to have several sons, also a daughter, or perhaps two. They would do what she and Elizabeth were doing now, which was attempting to take London by storm. Chapter 3. The Countess of Littlewood's house in Grosvenor Square was very large and impressive. When the two girls arrived at the house, it was a long wait before their carriage could pull up at the door. As they went inside, they realized that the ballroom, which was at the back of the house, was huge. It was filled with ladies in elegant and fascinating dresses, and the gentlemen looked their best in white tie and tails. Elizabeth, when she was announced as Miss Colena Dalton, was then received with a very effusive and gushing welcome by her hostess. Moving behind Elizabeth and watching what was happening, Colena realized that when her name was said, a number of men's heads went up and looked in Elizabeth's direction. She herself was received kindly by the Countess, but without much enthusiasm. While her cousin was already surrounded by people anxious to speak to her, and who would then draw their conclusions as to her looks, Colena had been described in every newspaper as a great beauty, and there was no doubt that tonight Elizabeth did look beautiful. She was now having to choose which of the many gentlemen who had asked her to dance should be the first to take her onto the dance floor. The band was superb, and the ballroom itself was a really perfect background, Colena thought, for every sort of intrigue, and, of course, romance. She danced with one partner after another, and she found none of them particularly interesting. Or more likely, they considered her an unimportant young woman, and so there was no need to talk to her about politics or anything serious. But she enjoyed dancing, and the band was the best procurable. Finally, when she went into supper, she found that 3 men were fighting each other as to who was to have the privilege of taking Elizabeth into the supper room. At last, she decided on one man, and he went in triumph with Elizabeth on his arm. As the hostess considered her to be so important, she was at the top of the table, where the hostess herself sat, while Colena was one table away. She found it difficult to listen to what her partner was saying, because she was so interested in the men who were fawning on her cousin, not only by the two men who sat beside her, but the other men sitting at the table, who were anxious to ask her questions about where she was to live and what she was going to do now that she was on her own. "I am so glad it's not me sitting there," Colena thought to herself. Then she sat back and concentrated on listening to the compliments that she was being paid by her partner, and answering questions as to how long she would be staying in London, or whether she was going to the country. When finally they were able to leave the party at 2 o'clock in the morning, it was the same man who had taken Elizabeth into supper who escorted them to the door of their carriage. He kissed Elizabeth's hand before she could step in through the door. "I will call to see you tomorrow," he said, "and do not forget that you promised to dine with me tomorrow night." "I think perhaps it would be best if you came to dine with us," Elizabeth replied, "unless we have promised to go to a party, which I think is more than likely." "Wherever you are, I will be with you," the man answered. Then, as the footman closed the door, he waved his hand, and Elizabeth gave a slight bow before they moved out of sight. "Who is that?" Colena asked as soon as they were alone. "His name is Oliver Stone, and I am sure that he is the champion fortune hunter in London." Colena laughed. "I imagined he was someone like that. I feel that he has walked all over me, and it will be impossible to be rid of him," Elizabeth commented. She was actually thinking that she was very lucky it was not her younger cousin who had had to cope with such a man. She had found him overwhelming and impossible to argue with, and she was determined that he should not have more than 3 dances with her at the very most. But somehow he had managed to get her onto the floor before the men to whom she had promised a dance were quick enough to prevent him from doing so. It was impossible to make a scene, but then she had avoided him getting his own way by sheer determination. In what she felt was almost an offensive way, he had brushed the other men aside who wanted to dance with her. Now she lay back in the carriage and said, "I feel exhausted. It's like being blown around by the north wind. I feel that it is almost impossible for me to breathe, let alone argue with him." "Do you know anything about him?" Colena asked. "Well, the other men there told me that he is a great businessman, but they were not quite certain what he did. He talked himself as though he was the king of Siam." Colena chuckled. "Oh, you must be careful of him. I'm quite sure that he is determined to marry you." "He has not actually said so yet," Elizabeth replied, "but mixed up in all his endless compliments, which are overwhelming in themselves, he made it clear to me that he intended to see me for breakfast, luncheon, tea, and dinner. And I expect all night as well." Colena laughed again. "I'm so glad that you're having to cope with him and not me," she sighed. "I should be terrified." "I should too," Elizabeth retorted, "if I had not already had 2 or 3 years of coping with men, and I am only glad, my dearest, that I will save you from that, and, of course, from the pushy Mr. Stone." Colena smiled. "He's going to get a nasty shock when he realizes who you are." "I am aware of that," Elizabeth answered. "But in the meantime I will have to put up with him. While I could see you were having a lovely time with a lot of charming young men who did not push themselves in the way that man does." "They paid me compliments, but they were very nice, quiet ones," Colena replied. "I am very, very grateful, my dearest, that you had taken that horrible man away from me." Elizabeth was thinking that her cousin would never have been able to cope with him. He had not only been overpowering, but to her mind, almost aggressive. "I think tomorrow," she said, "we had better not be at home to Mr. Stone. It's a very easy thing to do, as we have so many invitations." The 2 girls had, however, not reckoned on the determination of Mr. Oliver Stone. On the next day, they went out to a luncheon party where they were sure that he had not been invited. But just as the meal ended, he arrived to say that he had come to pick them up to take them to some exhibition he knew that they would enjoy. It was impossible, in front of their hostess, who was surprised at his appearance, to say that she had no wish to go with him. Elizabeth had to say goodbye politely to the hostess of the luncheon party, and Colena did the same, and when they were outside the front door, Oliver Stone said, "I am sorry, Elizabeth, but I only have 2 tickets for the place I am taking your cousin to, and so it would be unkind to leave you sitting in the carriage while we go inside." There was nothing Colena could say. She therefore climbed obediently into their carriage, which was waiting by the door, and instructed the driver to take her to the house in Park Lane. It was long after tea time, and she was getting rather anxious about Elizabeth when she reappeared. "Where have you been?" Colena asked. "I thought that I had lost you forever." "I thought it might have happened too," Elizabeth said, throwing her gloves down on a chair and taking off her hat. "I have never met such a frightening man. I have to admit that he does exactly what he wants to do, and there is nothing I can do or say to make him change his mind." "What has happened?" Colena demanded. "I was expecting you to come back at any moment. When it was 4 o'clock, I began to think that I would have to send for the police." "By that time I too was thinking I needed them," Elizabeth replied. "Of course, the exhibition was just an excuse to talk to me. Anyone could buy an extra ticket if they wanted to." "What did he talk about?" Colena quizzed her. "I can answer that in 1 syllable. Me. He told me how lovely he thought I was, and how all his life he had been looking for someone like me." Colena giggled. "With all Papa's fortune behind you." "Actually, it was very much in front of me as far as I was concerned," Elizabeth replied. "I was only thankful, dearest, that you were not there in my place, because he really is rather intimidating." "I thought that too when I was watching him at luncheon," Colena agreed. "I think you must somehow try to get rid of him, because it is spoiling your success with the others." She paused before she added, "In fact, I think when he hurried you out of the luncheon room, some of the older ladies shook their heads and were obviously saying nasty things about us." "About me," Elizabeth said. "That is because I am disguised as you. And it all comes back to money, money, money," Colena answered. "I am certain that it was what Mr. Oliver Stone is after. Of course it is. When he does actually pop the question, I will give him a firm no, and hope he will go away." "I doubt that," Colena murmured. "In fact, he is the sort of man who wants a fight. He will be disappointed if he does not have one in his efforts to catch you." "Of one thing you can be quite certain," her cousin answered, "and that is I would not marry that man if he was the only one in the world. There is something about him that makes me shudder. I cannot describe it to you, but I know it's there." "Forget about him," Colena told her. "He must not spoil every party for you. I hope that you did not tell him where we're going tonight." "He tried to find out," Elizabeth replied, "but I said that, as you were not feeling very well, we might stay at home and have a quiet evening." "Did that silence him?" Colena asked. "On the contrary, he even suggested that he spent the evening with us. He really is quite unreal, almost like some grisly fortune hunter we have read about in books, who I was certain did not really exist." "He most certainly does exist," Colena exclaimed. "But, my dearest, you must be careful, otherwise he might kidnap you." "I don't think he will go as far as that," her cousin replied. "After all, he is proud of his position in society, and keeps telling me about the grand houses he visits. I suspect he thinks that I want to go to them with him. He has also visited a great many of the aristocracy, and many others both here and in Europe. I suppose there is nothing to stop him saying so, whether he has or not," Colena remarked. Her cousin stared at her. "I did not think of that. I suppose to impress me, he was just making up what he said to the Tsar of Russia and his long friendship with the King of Italy. I should be deeply suspicious of a man who talked so much about it," Colena said. Papa knew all sorts of people who were of great importance, but he never boasted about them. I had to force him to relate to me exactly what happened when he went to visit Her Majesty the Queen at Windsor Castle, or called on the Emperor of China. Your father did indeed never boast about those he knew, Elizabeth said, and I'm suspicious of men who brag about themselves and their acquaintances. Somehow we must find a way to drop Mr. Oliver Stone from our engagement book, Colena said, and you must prevent yourself from being carried off in what I thought was a very rude way this afternoon. I'm quite certain of one thing, Elizabeth replied. Mr. Oliver Stone does what he wants to do, and nothing short of an express train will stop him. They both laughed, and then Colleen asked, Now, what shall we do tonight? We have 3 invitations to balls, and one we have already accepted for dinner. I only hope and pray that Mr. Stone does not find out where we are dining, Elizabeth replied. He asked me not only once, but 20 times before he brought me home. I said I had forgotten, and was evasive about which parties we were attending. We must try to avoid them, if he's going to them, but we can hardly arrive and ask if he is present before we ourselves go in. They chuckled at this idea. Then they were immersed in deciding which dress to wear and which party was the most prestigious. They had been disappointed last night when, after being told that the Prince of Wales was to be present, he had not turned up. I heard some of the dowagers whispering that he has a new love, Elizabeth said. That was why he had not attended the Countess's ball. I think it is rather rude to say he is going there and then to drop out at the last moment, Colena remarked. Papa never did that, because he knew that people would be disappointed, and he did not like to hurt anyone. My father never behaved badly either, Elizabeth replied. He never felt that he was rich enough to be rude in any way. I am always suspicious of men who tell you how distinguished they are, and who pull out of one engagement because they have a better one, Colena added. Papa was certainly never unnecessarily rude. I think that the reason everyone admired him so much, in fact, one might almost say loved him, was because he was always kind, and never made himself appear proud of what he had achieved. He had every reason to be proud, Elizabeth said. There is just no one else who has made such a large fortune by just his own hard work, and of course his brilliant brain. Colena gave a sigh. He was a wonderful person, and I'm sure that I will never find anyone like him. As if she knew that she must not let her cousin feel unhappy, Elizabeth began to talk amusingly of the other men that she had danced with. Because they thought that Mr. Stone was behaving in an outrageous manner, they never referred to my money in any way, or questioned me as to what I was buying or anything like that, Elizabeth told her cousin. I should say that they are gentlemen, while that Mr. Oliver Stone is nothing but a common fortune-hunter, and a very common one at that, Colena observed scathingly. The major problem is that he has an overwhelming personality, Elizabeth replied. I have always thought I could study the men I met, in fact analyze them, rather, in some way that your father did when he met people he had not met before. Papa was always kind, even if he dug rather deeply into people, almost as if they were a mystery that he had to solve, Colena remarked. Elizabeth laughed. That is rather a good description of him. Oh dear, I do wish that he was here now. I know he would get rid of Mr. Stone, and to tell the truth, I'm rather scared of him. I should be very firm when he actually asks you to marry him, Colena warned. Tell him that you have no intention of marrying anyone at the moment, and when you do, it will be to someone you love, who would still love you if you did not have a penny to your name. Her cousin smiled. I don't think that Oliver Stone would believe one word of that, but I will certainly try it when the moment comes. I have a nasty feeling it's coming very soon. He certainly behaved tonight as if you belonged to him. I think 1 or 2 of the chaperones were affronted by his behaviour, Colena pointed out. I'm not surprised. But there was nothing I could do to get rid of him. The way he behaved at luncheon was quite intolerable, but I could hardly have a row when I was in the house, and there was no time to breathe once we were outside." She paused before she added, "He had me into his carriage, and then you were left behind almost before I realized what was happening." "Well, we may have to run well away from him," Colena asserted, "but quite frankly, I enjoyed the party, and everyone was very nice to me, and no one inferred that they were running after me for my money." "They were not likely to do that when I am quite certain that they know that, pretending to be me, you have very little to boast about, while I am the so-called catch of the season." Colena laughed because it sounded so funny. Then Elizabeth said, "We will have to make a list of the nice people we meet, and sooner or later we must give a party and invite them to come here." "I was thinking of that too," Colena replied, "but it is going to be difficult for me to ask them in your name. We will have to find someone older to act as chaperone, because we are both unmarried." "I reckoned that we would have to come to that conclusion sooner or later, but surely there's no hurry." "I suppose that we can always pretend we have a chaperone in the house," Colena answered. "But as she is not feeling well, she is unable to attend any of the parties we are invited to." "I think for the moment at any rate," Elizabeth said, "as they think you are older than me, they imagine that you are looking after me." She laughed as she declared, "And you do look so very beautiful, and we have to admit, so very young. We cannot have one of our relations here who obviously knows our real identity," Colena answered, "but then we can hardly advertise for a chaperone." "I thought tonight when they were questioning me as to who was staying here in the house and how long we intended to be in London, that they were really asking who was chaperoning us," Elizabeth told her. Colena did not speak, and she continued, "I know it was in one woman's mind when she gazed across the table at you, as you were looking very lovely. She was thinking quite sensibly that you should be chaperoned, and that you were not the right chaperone for a young girl like me." Colena laughed. "Oh, you are making it sound so complicated again." "We will just have to find someone, and I am sure that will not be difficult." This was, however, something that neither of them really wanted, as they enjoyed being together so much. They were too busy attending luncheon and dinner parties that they had been invited to worry whether there was a chaperone in the house when they came home, or to be there in the morning when they had breakfast in bed. There was, however, one issue that was more than evident. This was that Mr. Oliver Stone was a nuisance that they could not forget, they could not avoid, and they could not rid themselves of him. He turned up somehow at every party they went to, and he insisted on dancing more times with Elizabeth than any other man had a chance to do. Although they had not invited him, and had told the butler to say when he called that they were not at home, he somehow managed to find his way into the house late one afternoon. They had, by telling a lot of lies, been able to prevent him from turning up at a luncheon party. The two girls were sitting quietly in the drawing-room, having come back after yet another party. They were feeling somewhat tired because they had been late the night before. "Mr. Oliver Stone," the butler announced. Both girls sat up in the comfortable chairs they had been reclining in. He came into the room and walked over it carrying a large bouquet in his hand. Colena thought he was looking more overwhelming than ever. As Elizabeth had taken off her shoes, she did not stand up to greet him. "I am delighted to find you at home," Oliver Stone said, as he bent over the chair and placed the bouquet of roses in her lap. "These," he said, "are for the most beautiful girl in the whole of London. I know that there is no one who would challenge me on that." "Thank you," Elizabeth replied rather coldly, "but you have called at a most inconvenient time, because my cousin and I were both saying that we must lie down for an hour or so, as we have another party to go to this evening." "I expected you at the Spencers," Oliver Stone said. "I think that they were very disappointed that you did not accept their invitations, as they thought you would do." "We had another one, and as it was from a very old friend, we did not like to refuse it," Elizabeth explained. "It is just like you to think of other people rather than yourself," he said. "Now, as I have something very important to say to you, I would hope that your cousin will forgive me if I ask her to leave us alone." Colena wanted to laugh, but she thought that would be a mistake. Instead, she said, "Elizabeth is very tired. In fact, we were both very late last night and must rest. I suggest you wait and talk to her tonight at the party given by Lord Waterford." "I thought that you would be going to the one given by the Duke and Duchess of Rosstown," he remarked. "In point of fact, we have received 4 invitations for tonight," Colena told him, "and we were considering which one will be the most intriguing." "Well, I can answer that question for you," Oliver Stone said pompously. "It's the Duchess who always asks the guests, and they are invariably the cream of society." "It sounds a bit awe-inspiring," Elizabeth answered. "I think perhaps we would be wise to go to something less grand, and it would certainly mean less competition on our part to be noticed." "Well, neither of you have to try to do that," Oliver Stone smirked. He looked down at Elizabeth and went on. "This beautiful lady here will outshine anyone at any party. I am sure that tonight even the Prince of Wales, infatuated as he is with the Jersey Lily, will agree with me that there is no one to equal her." Because he was speaking so positively and looking at Elizabeth with what Colena thought were hungry eyes, she had the greatest difficulty in preventing herself from laughing. So she said, "Now be kind to 2 very tired young women. If we oversleep, and it is very likely, we may not turn up anywhere tonight, but just stay here, in bed." Oliver Stone turned round to look at Colena. Then he said rather crossly, "I will come here at 7:45 and escort you to the Duke's house." "I think that would be a mistake," Colena managed to say calmly, "for the simple reason that I am supposed to be chaperoning my cousin until a more senior member of the family, who should be arriving here any day now, takes my place." "You are having a chaperone?" he questioned. "Of course we are," Colena said indignantly. "But we came back to England earlier than anyone expected, and our relative was unfortunately unable to be with us at once." There was silence for a moment. Then Oliver Stone said, as if he had thought it out very carefully, "Very well. I will meet you at the Duke's. But if you don't turn up, I am afraid that they will consider it very rude, as their parties are always outstanding." He smirked before he added, "As the Prince of Wales himself is to be there, it will be almost an insult on your part to refuse at the last moment." Both girls knew that he had a point there, and were thinking what they should do. Knowing that he had played a trump card, Oliver Stone then suggested, "Now, just be sensible. I will pick you up here, as I have already said, at 7:45. I promise you that it would cause a great deal of talk and indignation if you do not arrive after having already accepted the invitation." Neither of the girls could argue over this, and they were therefore silent. He then bent down, and taking Elizabeth's hand in his, he pressed his lips against it. "You are far too enchanting," he murmured, "to drive anywhere without an escort to keep you safe. That is what I am ready to do." He kissed her hand again. Then he walked to the door, and when he reached it, he looked back to say, 7:45, and don't be late." With that he closed the door, and they could hear his footsteps going down the passage. Colena gave a little cry. "He is intolerable, and it's just so difficult to argue with him. What can we do about it?" There was silence for a moment, and then Elizabeth commented, "I know one thing. It would be a great mistake for us to arrive at that party with him as our escort, and he is already making everyone in London believe that I belong to him, almost before we have had the chance to meet your father's friends, and let them judge for themselves what they think of us." She spoke angrily, and then Colena said, "I have an answer to that." "What is it?" her cousin asked. "We will leave the house at 7:30, she said triumphantly. "We will tell the coachman that we are a little early and he is not to hurry. We will arrive, as we intended, at 7:15, and he will then be unable to catch up with us." Elizabeth clapped her hands. "Oh, that is the sort of plan that your father would think up. Of course, yes, we will do that. It would be a mistake to offend such an important grandee as the Duke, who I am sure was devoted to your father." As an afterthought she added, "And I am positive that he will want to make the evening as pleasant for us as possible." "The best thing he can do is to refuse to let Oliver Stone into the party," Colena replied. "But I suppose that is asking too much. He would worm his way in, however difficult it might be, by one trick or another." "Trick is the right word," Elizabeth answered. "And I am very suspicious of him," Colena continued. "And there is something about him that I know is crooked, and Papa would have recognized it too." "Of course he would. Your father could spot a man who was crooked or a thief when he was half a mile away. I am quite certain that Oliver Stone is one or the other." "There is something about him that is not true, and not right," Colena asserted. "I long to be rid of him, but I cannot think how. Perhaps we will have to pay him off." "I have a feeling that he wants the lot," Elizabeth said cynically. "We will win," Colena said confidently. "If Papa is helping us, as I am sure he is, we will know what to do at exactly the right moment." "I am very glad you are so optimistic," Elizabeth remarked. "Personally, I think he is most unpleasant, and he frightens me." She had the last word. Then they went upstairs to rest before the evening party. "You must wear one of your most beautiful gowns from Paris," Elizabeth suggested as they reached Colena's bedroom. "You must look beautiful as you always do, and if possible, a little older." "I feel older when I think we have to outwit Mr. Stone," Colena replied, "and that is quite enough for one party. And in some way or another, we must try to fight him off after tonight." "Oh, well, I am sure that you will think of something," her cousin said, yawning. "Quite frankly, I'm so tired that I find it difficult to remember my name, let alone try to be cleverer than Mr. Oliver Stone." Colena did not answer. She merely laughed as she went into the adjacent room, where her bed was turned down and her nightgown was waiting for her. She walked across the window and looked out over Green Park. She was remembering how fond her father had been of it, and how she enjoyed, even when she was quite small, riding in Rotten Row beside him. "You must look after us, Papa," she said silently. "One thing is quite certain. I promise you that I will never, under any circumstances, marry a man like Oliver Stone." They both slept for 2 hours. Then they were woken by the maid telling them that it was time to dress for their party. There was no doubt in Colena's mind that her dear cousin looked absolutely lovely in the gown that she had bought for her in Paris. There was a wreath of flowers to wear round her hair, which was almost like a tiara, and because she had to look the younger of the two tonight, she was wearing a white gown which again had touches of Paris imprinted all over it. It made her look smarter than any gown in Bond Street was ever likely to do. Colena had taken more of her mother's jewels from the safe, but because Elizabeth was playing the part of a very young girl, she only took a row of pearls for her to wear round her neck. Colena herself, on the other hand, wore a diamond necklace and earrings, and she had a real tiara in her hair, which definitely made her appear very regal. Colena had not forgotten, ever since she had been in London, to wear her mother's wedding ring as well as a diamond ring in the evening. "You look marvellous," Elizabeth exclaimed when she came into the room. "I only hope that Mr. Horrible Oliver Stone, which is the right name for him, appreciates what an effective chaperone you are. He is more likely to count my jewellery and yours and wish they were in his pocket," Colena replied. "That is true enough. Oh, but hurry up. We must leave before he comes to escort us." They were downstairs and into the carriage before the clock in the hall pointed to 7:30. Because the coachman had understood Elizabeth's instructions to go as slowly as possible, as they did not wish to arrive at the Duke's house until 7:15, he took them via the Serpentine. He did not pull in the horses as he might have done. It would in fact have been very difficult, as they were a different pair from the ones that had driven them out to luncheon and were longing for exercise. They therefore travelled in style and at speed round Green Park. Finally, they left the park to drive to the Duke's house, which was on the other side of Buckingham Palace. As they both expected, there were a great number of carriages dropping off their occupants ahead of them, and so they did not actually shake hands with their host and hostess until nearly 8 o'clock. "I am so delighted to see you," the Duchess said to Elizabeth. "Your father was one of the most brilliant men I have ever known, and I know how much you must miss him." "It is very kind of you to invite us to your party," Elizabeth replied. Quite a number of other men came up to her and said flattering things about the man they thought to be her father. In fact, they were so complimentary, as everyone had admired and loved him for himself, not just for his money, that Colena, who was just behind Elizabeth, felt the tears come into her eyes. "Why, oh why," she asked herself, "did my father have to die, when there were so many people who admired him, who he wanted to help, besides looking after me as he had always done, and always meant to do?" He had said to her more than once, "I will be exceedingly particular, my darling, who you marry, and I will make quite certain that he loves you for yourself, and not for my money." "I will always be frightened. That is what he will want," Colena had replied to him. Her father had put his arm round her. "Leave it to me, my precious. If there is one thing I am good at, it is judging when a man is telling the truth, and when he is lying. Most of all, I can spot a fortune hunter 10 miles away." Colena had laughed at the time, but she wondered now if her father would have been able to cope. Not only with the nasty Mr. Oliver Stone, but with all the other men who were circling round and round her cousin at the moment. They, of course, believed that she was who she was pretending to be. They are not in any way thinking about her, but only of money and riches, Colena mused. She felt herself hating them because that was what they were doing. Perhaps, she reflected, I will never marry anyone because I will always be afraid that he does not love me, but only what I possess. Then she told herself that she was being foolish, and tonight, at any rate, she must enjoy herself. She was seeing London at its most glamorous, and it would be a mistake for her to spoil it by being oversensitive about being her father's daughter. It was later in the evening, when she heard Elizabeth being introduced to the Prince of Wales, that she listened intently to what he had to say. "I can only tell you how sorry I was," he said in his deep voice, "to hear of your father's death. He was a kind and good friend to me, and I am sure that a great number of people all over the world will miss him greatly, as I know you do." "Your Royal Highness is so very kind," Elizabeth responded. Colena, listening, knew that she was not wise to say anything more. When dinner was finished, the dancing began. As Elizabeth began to dance round the room to the music of the finest band in Mayfair, Colena saw Mr. Oliver Stone arrive. He was gazing round the room, looking, she knew, for Elizabeth, who was at that very moment dancing with a good-looking young man who was obviously delighted to have her as his partner. He was someone Colena had sat next to at dinner, and she had thought that he was not only handsome, but well-read and extremely interested in the politics of the day. They had talked for some time before she learnt that he was a member of Parliament, and had won his seat at the last election. "It is something I have always wanted to do," the young man told her, "and I am following my father, who has now, in his old age, moved into the House of Lords." He had been seriously interesting about the political difficulties of the moment, and so Colena had enjoyed her dinner enormously, and she was sorry when the ladies left the gentlemen after the last course. Now she thought that her cousin would find him as interesting as she had, but she had reckoned without the determination of Oliver Stone. When the ball came to an end, and those who had been dancing were clapping because the band had played so well, and they were hoping for an encore, Colena saw Oliver Stone walk up to Elizabeth. In a harsh and ugly voice he demanded, "Now it's my turn." The charming young man was pushed on one side, and before Elizabeth could protest, she was being whirled round the room, with Oliver Stone as her partner. "He is intolerable, absolutely intolerable," Colena said to herself. At the same time, she was so glad that it was not happening to her. Chapter 4. They went home, but they were not alone. They had given a lift to someone who had asked if they could go with them in their carriage, as she only lived 3 doors away. "My coachman has a very bad cold," she said. "I'm so worried that it will turn into influenza that I sent him home. I told him I was sure that someone would give me a lift." "We are delighted to have you with us," Elizabeth said. "It would have been very unkind to keep anyone with a cold up so late." "Oh, that is what I was thinking," their friend replied. "I'm very grateful, really, that I don't have to hire a carriage, which at this time of night would be a very dilapidated one, driven by a very nasty driver." Colena laughed, but she noticed that Elizabeth was very quiet. She wanted to ask her what the matter was, but after she had stopped and said good night to the friend they had given a lift to, Elizabeth had walked ahead. By the time Colena went into the house, she had gone upstairs to bed. Colena had a talk with the footman on duty to ask if anyone in particular had called, and she was told that there were some urgent letters for her in the study. "They will have to wait for the morning," she said. "I am really too tired to open anything tonight." She thought to herself that they would probably only be more invitations. She hurried up to her room, and almost as soon as she climbed into bed, she fell asleep. She was woken by Elizabeth coming into her room and drawing back the curtains. "It's after 10 o'clock, she told her, "and I cannot wait any longer to talk to you." "I'm so sorry," Colena answered her, "but I was so tired after last night. I guessed from the way that you hurried upstairs that you had had enough of Oliver Stone, but I had an idea that you did not want to talk about it." "I wanted to forget it," Elizabeth replied, "but I think it's going to be a rather difficult thing to do." "Tell me exactly what happened," Colena inquired, sitting up in bed. As she did so, the maid came in with her breakfast and set it down beside her. The 2 girls said nothing until the maid had left the room, and then Colena urged Elizabeth, "Now tell me. I am listening intently, and I want to hear every word." "Well, as we both expected, he proposed to me," Elizabeth told her. "But I was very careful not to be rude or disagreeable, because I think that he is such a horrible man, and he will take his revenge on us if we insult him in any way." "I cannot imagine he is as bad as all that," Colena answered. "But tell me, from the beginning, exactly what happened." "We danced round," Elizabeth began. "As the dance came to an end, I was about to look for you or someone else I could talk to. It was then that he dragged me almost by force into the conservatory." Colena laughed. "I might have guessed that was why the door was open, and the flowers were at their most colourful, so that the conservatory looked very inviting." "It was not inviting for me," Elizabeth replied. "I knew as soon as he closed the door behind him that he did not want anyone to interrupt us." Colena was eating her eggs and bacon, and did not speak, as Elizabeth seemed to be looking back and thinking how unpleasant it had all been. "As I anticipated," she went on, "he said, 'I want to marry you, and I know we will be very happy.' I made up my mind that you were the wife I wanted the first moment I saw you." "What did you say?" Colena asked, wide-eyed. I hesitated for a moment. Then I thought it would be a great mistake to make him feel angry or insulted. I therefore told him that I had no wish to get married yet. What was his answer? He said, "That's nonsense," Elizabeth told her. Colena grinned. Oh, I can hear him saying it in that ugly, deep voice of his. He went on to tell me how happy we would be Elizabeth said, and how everyone would admire me as his wife. And what did you say to that? Well, I said it was all too quick, and if we were to be married for the rest of our lives, I wanted time to think over it very carefully, Elizabeth answered. Well, that was very clever of you, dearest. He could not take offence to that. Oh, he is determined, absolutely determined, that he will make me his wife, and he actually had a ring to put on my finger. I don't believe it, Colena exclaimed. After all, you have only known him for a couple of days. I expect it was his mother's, Elizabeth murmured, but I refused to take it, and he said that he would put it on me tomorrow, and we could then tell the world that we are to be married. Colena gave a cry. Did he really say that? He said it so firmly and so positively that for a moment I could not think of an answer, she admitted. Elizabeth hesitated before she added, I could hardly tell him that he was the last man in the world I wanted to marry. Of course not, Colena agreed. Equally, it must have been very difficult for you. It was so difficult, because he was so positive that he wanted to marry me, Elizabeth answered. So, what did you say then? Colena asked. Well, we danced until the last waltz started. Then I said I was being very rude to my partner, who would be looking for me. Then what happened? He tried to stop me, but I pushed him to one side and rushed into the ballroom. Did you see him again? Colena quizzed her. Of course I did. I had no choice. Just as the next dance was starting, and the man I promised to partner was walking towards me, he then swept me onto the floor, twirled me round and round, and it was impossible for me to escape. Colena gave a deep sigh. I'm so glad that it was not me, she said. Oh, my dearest, you have been so very kind in taking all this upon yourself. It certainly is a burden, Elizabeth replied. I'm quite certain that he is going to be very nasty if I don't agree to what he wants. She said this in a very miserable tone, and Colena told her, Well, he cannot make you say the words which will make you his wife, and you will just have to avoid him, and don't go near a church in case he bobs up in one and you're married before you can turn round. You're joking, Elizabeth said, but he really is terrifying, and to tell you the truth, I don't want to see him again. She gave a shudder as she spoke. Colena thought it was so strange that this one man should upset her cousin who, after all, would be 24 on her next birthday. She must have had quite a number of men flatter her before she came to Paris, and, while she thought about it, there would have been endless Frenchmen who paid her extravagant compliments. There were one or two with whom she undoubtedly flirted, even though they seldom went to big parties or to balls after her father was taken ill. Colena now said comfortingly, Cheer up. If the worst comes to the worst, we can run away. The world is a big place, and if we went into hiding, Mr. Stone would be unable to find you. I don't want to run away if I can possibly help it. It would make him even more conceited than he is at the moment. I am certain in his heart of hearts he thinks that every woman is only too willing to be his wife. She spoke scathingly, and Colena smiled at her. Thank you, dearest, for saving me from all this. I too think he is a horrid man, and I should be really scared if he threatened me. Well, I suppose if it comes to it, and he drags me to the altar, I can then say my name is not Colena, and I am not the rich millionaire's daughter of Sir Arthur Dalton, as he thinks I am. Colena threw up her hands. Oh, please, don't do that. You know perfectly well that he would then turn his attentions on to me, and I could never be as clever with him as you are being. Elizabeth crossed to the bed and kissed her. It's quite all right, she said. I'm just being overdramatic. As you say, we can always run away. It was almost as if their cry for help was now being answered. When Colena finally opened her letters, she found that one was from the manager of her father's estate in Hertfordshire. He wrote saying how sorry he was that her father had passed away, and then he ended the letter by telling her that there had been a small burglary at the house. I thought we were too clever, he wrote, to allow any thief to find his way into this house, but 2 of the footmen were taken ill, and as they were usually on guard at night, the 2 men who took their place were not as experienced as they were. When they heard what they thought was a noise at the far end of the passage, they went to see what it was, and the thieves managed to slip in their absence and take 2 of the pictures from over the mantelpiece in the hall. As well, they took the silver candlesticks that your father was very proud of, because they had been handed down in the family from his great-grandfather. When she had read the letter, Colena gave a little cry and said to Elizabeth, "Oh, how infuriated Papa would be! I know the 2 pictures which must have been stolen, and they were the ones he loved so much." She paused before she went on. "They were 2 beautiful pictures that I adored as a child, painted by Francis Barlow. I looked at them every time I was in the hall, and my favourite one was the plovers." "Well, that is certainly a tragedy," Elizabeth replied. "I think we should go down to the country and see if there is anything else missing. After all, it would be an excellent excuse for me to run away from the dreadful Mr. Stone." Colena clapped her hands enthusiastically. "Then that is what we shall do. It will be awful without those pictures in the hall. We will therefore have to look and see if we can find replacements for them." "Well, that might be fun," Elizabeth agreed, "because I remember I used to go to the antique shop with Mamma. We used to find something we wanted to add to our collection, even if it was something quite small." "Well, I certainly intend to replace the pictures that have been stolen," Colena told her. "I think that we have had enough of parties for the moment, so we might go to the country this afternoon." Elizabeth gave a whoop of joy. "Oh, then we will be far away from that horrible Oliver Stone, and if he asks where I am going, we should be attending tonight. I hope that no one informs him exactly where we are." "I will give instructions that no one here is to tell him where we have gone," Colena replied. "I am certain that he will never expect us to go to the country when it is so gay in London." "I think it's the best idea you have had for ages," Elizabeth laughed. "Although perhaps it is cruel to take you away from all the men who were admiring you last night." Colena grinned. "They were certainly not admiring me, Elizabeth," she replied. "They were admiring you, and thinking how very, very rich you are." "I'm fed up with all that," Colena retorted. "I only hope one day I will find a man who thinks that I don't have a penny, and loves me simply because I am me." "That is exactly what I want too," Elizabeth said. "In fact, I pray that it will happen to me at some time, but heaven knows when." She paused for a moment, and then she added, "To watch that awful man glaring at me makes me think I am you. It makes me very, very thankful that he has no idea who I really am." They then set off for Hertfordshire 2 hours later, having told the servants, in case anyone called, that they were staying with friends. Hasty letters were written to all the hostesses whose invitations they had accepted for the next few days. "We will leave the rest," Colena said. "After all, we might find it very boring in the country, and then we can just come home and back to the endless parties." "I personally am looking forward to it," Elizabeth replied, "and to riding one of your father's superb horses. I always adored staying with you, as your horses were the very best. I used to dream that one day I would be able to win a race." "When we leave London and move to the country," Colena said, "we will have a steeplechase where Papa used to have them, and only allow men to compete, not women." "I think that we should have just the men and us," Elizabeth suggested. "Oh, but not, of course, Mr. Stone." "Oh, certainly not," Colena agreed. "I promise you that he will never cross the threshold of any house of mine." Elizabeth sighed. "That is reassuring at any rate. Oh, it will do us both good to be in the sunshine, and to be free of those who say flattering things to us, simply because they believe that one of us is in the owner of a fantastic house and superb horses." "Oh, stop thinking about money," Colena urged. "I'm tired of hearing about it. and I had no idea that people who were supposed to be ladies and gentlemen would be so impressed with pounds, shilling, and pence. But of course they are, and it is something that has happened since the beginning of time, Elizabeth said. As long as there are the rich and the poor, you will always have barriers of envy, hatred, and malice. Oh, now you are being cynical and unkind, Colena chided. Papa gave away thousands of pounds every year, and I don't think that anyone who appealed to him to help a charity when he did not write out a generous cheque. Your father was a very generous man, Elizabeth replied, but unfortunately not every man is like him. I am certain that the ghastly Mr. Stone never gives anyone a penny if he can help it. Oh, do forget him. You are thinking of him far too much and giving him far too much importance than he is ever likely to have. She gave a sigh before she added, If only Papa was here, he would crush him with an amusing remark that would make him feel insignificant. We are running away from him, Elizabeth said, so let's hurry up and get to the country. Because she was more practical than her cousin, Colena had sent a message to the manager of the estate to inform him, the staff at the house, that they were arriving. As they were tired and needed a rest, he was not to tell anyone in the village that they would be in residence. She remembered him as an agreeable man who was very obedient to anything her father wanted. He had been with them for a number of years, and so she was certain that he would obey her instructions. When they arrived, they would undoubtedly have half the county calling to commiserate with her about her father, and to find out what he had done with his money. They told all the servants in London that they were going to stay with friends, and as it was for only a short time, they did not wish their letters to be sent on to them. We will cope with everything necessary when we return, Elizabeth said, and, as we may move from one friend to another, there is no point in trying to get in touch with us. The butler, who was in charge, listened attentively. Then they repeated it to the secretary, who came in once a week to pay the wages and see that everything was in order. Finally, they set off in a very smart chaise drawn by 4 horses that were perfectly matched. Because Colena was nervous of driving in London, they let the groom drive until they were out in the country. She then changed places after they had stopped at a posting inn that Colena had been to with her father. As she took over the reins, the groom climbed up behind them, and she and Elizabeth could then talk to each other without being overheard. It was a lovely day, and the sun was shining. As they moved into Hertfordshire, it seemed after London to have a spring-like feel about it that made them both feel very happy. It's so lovely to be going home, Colena sighed, and even lovelier to be getting away from that horrible man, Elizabeth added. We must forget him, Colena told her. After all, he is not the only man in the world, and when you go back to being you and not me, you will meet someone who loves you for yourself, and not for the money you don't possess. Elizabeth laughed. Oh, I am sick of talking about money, and I think we must fine ourselves every time we do so while we are in the country. There will be plenty to talk about except what we possess, Colena answered, and I'm very upset that my favourite pictures have been stolen by some villains who will merely try to sell them for more than they are worth, and not love them as I have loved them ever since I was a child. Oh, don't be too upset, Elizabeth said comfortingly. It's not such a disaster as if the house itself had been set on fire by some horrible people who hate you because you have more money than they have. Oh, now you're frightening me, Colena said. You must remember that I'm going home, and what I will miss far more than the pictures is that Papa will not be there waiting in the study to hug me, or to take me riding tomorrow morning on one of his majestic horses. Elizabeth put out her hand to her cousin. You have been very brave, she said. I am quite certain that your father would be so proud of the way you have behaved, and how you have coped so well with those fortune hunters. Colena laughed. It is you who have had to cope with the worst of them, she answered. One day I hope that Oliver Stone gets his just deserts, because he is such an appalling man. She was joking, but she knew by the way that her cousin gave a shudder that she was really upset by him. "She will soon forget him," she said to herself. "I am sure that one day I will find her a really charming man who will fall in love with her in the same way that Papa fell in love with Mamma." They drove on, but did not talk very much. After a good luncheon, they felt relaxed and at ease in the beautiful countryside. The long green fields seemed to sweep away into the distance to join the sun-touched sky. It was less than an hour after luncheon that they reached the Towers, the house that Colena's father had inherited. It was a beautiful house, and he had not only added to it to make it larger and more impressive, but furnished it with excellent taste. In his extensive travels over Europe, he had learnt to appreciate the best in every country, and because he loved his home and wanted it to be perfect, he invariably brought home a picture, a piece of fine furniture, or an object d'art from every place he visited. It had been a joke when Colena was a child to run to her father as soon as he had arrived and ask, "What have you brought me, Papa, and what have you brought for the house?" Because he wanted to tease her, he would invariably show her first the present for the house, and then afterwards she would receive her own special gift. Just as he had always brought his beloved wife a present, so his daughter and the house they lived in had presents too. To Colena, it had always been an exciting game to guess before she unpacked it what he had brought her, and to find, when she did so, that it was something original and very, very acceptable. When they drove up the drive, with the oak trees on either side of it, Colena thought that coming home without her father made her want to cry. But she knew that it would be unkind to Elizabeth, and would spoil her excitement and her thrill of seeing the Towers. And knowing that for the moment, at any rate, she was safe from the part she had played so well of pretending to be her cousin. "Now I can be myself," Colleen mused to herself as she walked into the house. She shook the hand of the butler, who was waiting for them at the door. "It's fabulous to be back here, Briggs," she said. "Well, it's lovely to see you, Miss Colena," he replied. "We've been counting the days for your return." As she walked into the hall, she looked towards the fireplace and saw the 2 blank spaces where the stolen pictures had hung. She knew, however, if she said too much, Briggs might think that she was saying it was his fault, that he had not taken more care of them. She therefore walked on without saying anything, although it was a great effort not to do so. The drawing-room, which was filled with flowers for her return, was just as lovely as it had been when her mother had been here. As Briggs had tea ready for them, the 2 girls sat down on the sofa. "It's wonderful to be back," Colena said, looking round the room. "I thought you were very brave, dearest," Elizabeth told her, "not to exclaim when you entered the hall and saw not only the bare walls where the pictures had hung, but to know that the silver, which I had always admired, was no longer there either." "Papa would have been upset," Colleen answered. "We must do what he would have done as soon as we can." "What is that?" Elizabeth asked. "Replace them, of course. Papa never allowed any room in the house not to look perfect, and I will feel that the hall has been badly treated every time I go in and out." "Well, we must certainly go antique hunting, then, as soon as possible," Elizabeth replied. When they had finished tea, they walked down the passage to the other rooms. Because her father had added so much to the house, it was 2 or 3 times the size it had originally been, and every room seemed to be perfect, and the conservatory was a riot of flowers in glorious colours. Every servant received instructions as soon as they arrived that the flowers in each of the main rooms must be kept watered and replaced the moment they had passed their best. "This really is the loveliest house I have ever been in," Elizabeth remarked as they went into the music room. "I like to think that it's perfection, as Papa tried to make it," Colena said. "One day we must hold a ball of our own and ask only those we like and love, not those who expect to be asked because they think that they are important." Elizabeth laughed. "If you did that, I am sure that those who are left out will never forgive you for the insult. In fact, when you have a party or a ball, you will have to ask everyone in the vicinity, and try and forget that some of them are crashing bores, and others unreformed snobs. When you talk like that, Colena said, I am glad that you and I are here alone. It was the next day when the manager appeared. He said how sorry he was that there had been a robbery, but they had to be grateful that it had been no worse. I very much mind anything being taken from my home, Colena told him. My cousin and I are going to look around for 2 pictures to replace those that were stolen. The manager merely nodded, and she went on. But I am afraid that we will have a great deal of difficulty in finding any silver as beautiful as the pieces that were stolen. I thought you would say that, Miss Colena, the manager replied. But we were lucky that it was no worse, and I have doubled the men who are on duty at night, and I sincerely hope that it will never happen again. I hope so too, Colena answered. Of course I must try to replace what I can. There was silence for a while, and then the manager said, I remember I heard a few days ago that there's to be a sale taking place in a private house on the road to Cambridge. Is it anyone we know? Colena asked him. I really don't think so, Miss Colena, because the gentleman who owned it died about 3 or 4 months ago. His son, who's come into the title and the estate, has, so I have been told, to sell a lot of his possessions to pay the outstanding debts that his father left behind him. What is his name? Colena inquired, wondering if she had ever met him. His father was called Lord Walter Heronwood. I understand that the son's been abroad for some years, and has only just come back to his home. Tell me exactly where it is, Colena asked. We will certainly have a look and see if there is anything in the house that Papa would think was good enough to join his collection. The manager laughed. Oh, that will be difficult, Miss Colena, I can tell you. There isn't a house in this county, or any of the counties around us, that could even begin to compete, let alone equal, the home that your father made. He paused for a moment before he said, They say that everyone who comes to the county always asks first if they can go to the towers and view the treasures that are inside it. I hope you have not let people come while I have been away? Colena queried. The manager shook his head. Oh, no. Your father gave instructions before he left that no one was to go round the house, and the doors were always to be kept locked. It was just a slip on the part of the night footman that the burglars broke in and took what they did. As I said at the time to my wife, it's lucky it wasn't a lot worse. Yes, indeed, it was very lucky, Colena agreed. But it is something that must not happen again. Well, I promise you that it won't, the manager answered. He was a countryman and had lived in the county of Hertfordshire all his life, and had never been to London. Colena knew that her father had trusted him. He had made the many acres of the estate as perfect as anyone could have done, while the house itself, which had been as important to her father as his businesses, was unequalled by any other house in the neighbourhood. Because the next day was very hot, they did not go out to seek replacements for the hall. Instead, they bathed in the lake, which was a prize in itself. They rode early in the morning before it was too hot, and then again later in the evening when it was cooler. When they rode slowly home after galloping over the open fields for 2 or 3 miles, Colena thought that Elizabeth looked happier. She was no longer tense and anxious as she had been in London. She has been very kind to me in taking my place, Colena thought. I am sure that I should have been just as upset as she had been by that horrible man. She could not help wondering what he would do when he found out that they had disappeared. She thought that, if he was at a loss to know where they had gone, it was only his just deserts. It was unfortunate that the moment they arrived in London they had been pursued by someone like him, and she could only think again and again how grateful she was to her cousin for so nobly taking her place, thereby taking unto herself all the unpleasantness that invariably occurred when one was fighting off the sort of men that Oliver Stone so obviously was. "I hope we never see him again," she told herself, as she heard her cousin laughing at something that Briggs had said to her as she came downstairs. Then she chided herself for being so silly. "We are safe here, and Elizabeth is happy," Colena reflected, "and that is the only thing that really matters at this moment." Then she gave a little sigh. How perfect everything would be if only Papa was here with us. Chapter 5. Colena walked into her cousin's bedroom early the next morning. "It's a lovely day," she began, "and I have decided that I cannot bear the empty spaces in the hall any longer. I suggest that we drive to the place where we were told that a man is selling off some of his valuable pictures." "Oh, that's a good idea," Elizabeth agreed. "I will get up at once." She actually dressed quicker than her cousin, and going to Colena's room to see if she was ready to go down to breakfast, she said, "I have an idea. If we say that we come from here and give our names, you know as well as I do that the price will jump up not just once or twice, but 10 times what it was originally. Therefore, we must be anonymous." "You are quite right," Colena nodded. "We must not give our real names to anyone, even though they are changed." "I knew you would agree," Elizabeth said. "I have been thinking that maybe we might call ourselves Brooke, which is an ordinary name, and no one will be able to easily remember." Colena laughed before replying, "I guessed you would choose something romantic, but I will be myself, and you can be yourself as a relaxation after remembering who you were in London. Oh, it was a strain, but most of it, as you know, was caused by that terrible man, and not from the lovely people, who were kind and wanted to entertain me because they loved your father." "Oh, forget him, Colena insisted. "Today we are 2 sisters who are out shopping for something they want for their home in another part of the country. I can see that you will be writing a book about it before you have finished," Elizabeth commented. "But I agree with you," Colena replied. "The more anonymous we are, the cheaper things will be." They ran down to breakfast. Briggs told them with some glee that he had found another footman and 2 women to help his wife in the kitchen. "Oh, that is splendid," Colena said. "Of course, we will want some more housemaids. Are they difficult to find in this part of the world?" "Not if you pay them well, and they are coming to a house like this," Briggs told her. "It was very lonely and empty when Sir Arthur was abroad. So much that the young ones couldn't stand it." "Well, things will alter now," Colena assured him. "We hope to hold lavish parties as soon as we are settled in." Briggs looked delighted. He ordered a chaise for them from the stables, but with 2 horses rather than 4 that they had travelled down from London with. "We must not look too rich," Elizabeth pointed out, and Colena agreed with her. As it was such a lovely day, they did not even hurry, even though the horses were fresh and ready to go at a good pace. They kept them at a comfortable speed until they thought that they must be nearing the place that they had been told about. "What we will do," Colena suggested, "is to have our luncheon first. Then we will not have to hurry over the house. From what I gather, it has many treasures in it." "Well, at least we can see them without it costing anything," Elizabeth commented. "Of course," Colena said, "and you must not forget that you are my sister." Elizabeth laughed. "Perhaps in your next incarnation, and who knows, it may be nearer than you think. You might have to be my aunt or my grandmother." "If you talk like that," Colena retorted, "I will throw something at you." The chaise was the small one that Colena's father used when he went round the estate. Colena had learnt to drive when she was 10, when her father had thought that she was old enough to control a horse, and she flattered herself that now she was nearly as good as he had been. It was close to 1 o'clock when they saw a small but attractive posting-inn. Without hesitating, Colena drove the horses into the yard, and an ostler came at once to their heads. "We are having luncheon here," she told him, and I would be very grateful if you would give the horses some water to drink, as we have come quite a long way." "I'll see to it, miss," he answered. Colena and Elizabeth walked into the inn. It was rustic and welcoming, with low ceilings and oak beams, and they were shown to a table overlooking the garden. The food was simple but very edible, and as there was no one else in the small dining room, they talked to each other and laughed a great deal over their luncheon. Only when it was finished, and Colena thought that the bill was quite reasonable, in fact pretty cheap, she said to the innkeeper, "We are looking for the village of Merryfield, and we believe that it's near here?" "Very near indeed," he answered. "In fact, we're at the end of the village now, well, so to speak. I'd expect you to be visiting the hall where the squire, as we always calls him, has something to sell." "Oh, you're quite right," Colena replied. "I hope we will find what we are seeking." "Oh, you'll find the house easy enough," the man said. "It's at the far end of the village, and strangely enough, there were a smart carriage asking the way to it just afore you arrived." The two girls looked at each other. Colena thought that if it was a smart carriage, that meant it was someone who wanted to buy the same things as she wanted. If they were to find what they wanted, they should have been the first to arrive, not the last. However, there was nothing more they could say to the innkeeper, so they paid the bill, and he saw them out into the yard. "You just go on through the village," he told them, "and the house be after the church at the far end." "Thank you so much, and we have greatly enjoyed our luncheon," Colena smiled. "I hopes you'll come back again, then," the man replied. "Good luck, if you be buying some of them fine treasures from the squire." As they drove off, Colena remarked, "It's too annoying that we were not the first. I will be furious if I have just missed a Van Dyke, or indeed a Francis Barlow." From the way that the man spoke, it seems that there are quite a number of treasures on sale, Elizabeth said, "so I'm sure that you will find something you really like." "If not, we will drive on into Cambridge," Colena answered. "There are certain to be lots of antique shops there." Elizabeth was not listening, as she was gazing at the village they were passing through, and thinking that the thatched cottages were very attractive, but badly in need of repair. She knew that the squire, as they called him, was hard up, and the run-down state of the cottages might be another reason why he needed to sell his pictures. The village was quite a large one, and there seemed to be so much to be done to it, not only to the cottages and gardens, but also the road, which was very rough, and this meant that they had to travel slowly. They passed an ancient Norman church, and then a little way beyond it, where there were no cottages, only trees, there were 2 lodges. They were on either side of what had once been most impressive gates, which were now badly in need of painting, especially the tips that at one time had obviously been painted in gold. The gates were wide open, and they drove straight in. There seemed to be a long drive in front of them as they were travelling along it rather slowly, because the ground was so uneven. Colena saw in front of them a carriage that was blocking their way. She thought that it must belong to the man who had asked the way of the innkeeper earlier in the day. It was very tiresome of the man to be blocking up the drive, which she now realized crossed a wooden bridge a little further on. She thought that there was a large courtyard in front of the house, although she could only vaguely see it. As they reached the carriage, and realized that it was in the very middle of the drive, Colena drew in the horses. She wondered if she should shout to the person in charge of the carriage to clear it out of the way. Then the carriage door opened. A man climbed out and walked towards them. For a moment, Colena, who was watching the right-hand side of the carriage to see if there was a driver to move it, suddenly heard Elizabeth give a cry of horror. She turned to see what was upsetting her. Then she realized that moving towards them was Oliver Stone. He was looking, she thought, even more unpleasant than he usually did, and she was aware that Elizabeth was shrinking back in her seat. Oliver Stone came to the side of the chaise. "Good morning, ladies," he said. "I expect you are surprised to see me." "Your carriage is blocking our way to the house," Colena asserted firmly. As he did not answer, she added, "We want to go to the hall."
"You may want to," he snarled, "but I want Colena, and what is more, I intend to have her."
As he spoke, he bent forward. Putting his arms round Elizabeth, he started to pull her out of the chaise. She gave a loud scream, and Colena shouted at him angrily. "Put her down at once! You have no right to touch her. She is with me."
"I want her with me," Oliver Stone persisted.
He was now dragging Elizabeth towards him and lifting her out of the chaise. "Put me down! Oh, leave me alone!" she cried out. "I don't want to go with you."
"But I want you," Oliver Stone said. "As you ran away from me in London, I'm going to make certain that you don't do so in the country."
Elizabeth screamed again. Colena, realizing that she was holding the whip in her hand, thrust it towards him, meaning to push him away from Elizabeth. But because he was moving, and the horses were moving a little too, instead of pushing him on the shoulder with the whip, as she intended to do, she thrust it violently into his left eye. He gave a shout of pain. It was then that he let go of Elizabeth, and she fell against the wheel that had just begun to move. It cut her leg, and she gave a scream of agony. Because he had moved back for the moment with his head up to his eye, he let Elizabeth fall back onto the seat. Colena then picked up the reins and began to drive the horses over the grass at the side of the drive, and past Oliver Stone's carriage. She then drove back onto the drive, over the bridge, and into the courtyard in front of the house. Only as she pulled up the horses and the wheels stopped turning did she look down at her cousin. She saw that her leg was bleeding profusely, and the blood was running down over her shoe. "You are badly wounded," she exclaimed in horror. "Oh, it hurts me terribly," Elizabeth cried. Colena looked to see if Oliver Stone was following them, but he must have been suffering from the pain that she had inflicted on his eye. Their groom had gone to the horses' heads as she put down the reins and said to Elizabeth, "Now, you stay where you are. I'm going to ask if we can go inside and find someone to deal with your leg." She did not wait for her cousin to reply, but jumped out of the chaise and ran up the steps to the front door. As she did so, she could see that the house they had come to was exquisitely beautiful. She saw at once that it was indeed Elizabethan, with diamond-paned windows, and the chimneys above were clustered together on the roof in the Elizabethan style. The bricks themselves were a soft pink that she had always admired. She thought it would be impossible to see a lovelier house, or not to admire the profusion of flowers that were planted round the front door. There was a pause after she had raised the knocker. She was just about to raise it again when the door opened, and a tall, rather handsome young man stood there, looking at her. "Good afternoon," he began. "My sister and I were coming to see you," Colena said quickly, "but sadly she has been injured in your drive by another carriage, and her leg is bleeding. I wonder if it would be possible for us to both come in and perhaps wash away the blood?" The man she was speaking to looked over her head at the chaise in the drive and replied, "Well, of course, if your sister is hurt, we must do what we can to bandage it." Without waiting for Colena to answer, he walked towards the chaise and she followed him. By this time the bleeding on Elizabeth's legs was far worse than when Colena had first looked at it. As if the pain was almost intolerable, Elizabeth was lying back with her eyes closed. Without making any fuss about it, the young man picked Elizabeth up in his arms. He then turned round to walk back up the steps to the front door, saying to the groom who was holding the horses, "Take them round to the stables at the back. There will be someone there to help you." He then walked on, and Colena, having picked up the rug that had fallen onto the floor of the chaise, followed him. He took Elizabeth very gently up the steps and in through the front door. As they went inside, he said, "We had better put her onto the bed. It will be easier to attend to her leg when she is lying down." "Yes, oh yes, of course it will be. And thank you so very much," Colena managed to blurt out. She followed the young man up the stairs and she was aware that, as he was very strong and Elizabeth was not heavy, he was moving quickly, and she only hoped that the blood would not drip onto his carpet. When he reached the landing at the top of the stairs and stopped at the first door, Colena opened it for him. Inside, there was a very attractive bedroom with a canopied bed, and the posts were exquisitely carved with butterflies and birds. The young man would have put Elizabeth down on the bed if Colena had not hurried forward with their own rug. "Let me spread this first," she suggested, "so that the blood will not get onto the bed covers." He then laid Elizabeth down very gently on the bed. She had not said a word since he had taken her from the chaise, and her eyes were still closed, as if she was suffering intense pain. Now, when she was lying down and Colena could see her leg more clearly, she realized that the wheel had torn away her stocking and the skin on her leg. The blood was coming from her raw flesh, and it certainly looked a nasty wound. The young man, as he straightened himself, said, "I will send someone for a doctor. In the meantime, my housekeeper will be with you." He walked towards the door before Colena could say anything, and then, as she turned back to Elizabeth, she heard the young man talking outside in the passage. A few minutes later, an elderly woman who was dressed as a housekeeper, with a chatelaine round her waist, came bustling into the room. "His lordship said there's been an accident," she said as she hurried to the bedside. "My poor sister has been injured by a wheel driving across her leg," Colena explained. "I hope that you'll be kind enough to bandage it." "Oh, if you asks me, that be a real nasty wound," the housekeeper said. "His lordship sent for the doctor, so we'd best leave it alone until he arrives." She helped Colena take off Elizabeth's hat and the thin dress she was wearing, as it was such a warm day. She did not speak while they were doing this. She only moaned and kept her eyes tightly closed, as if she was fighting against the pain of her leg. Colena then cut the stocking from her leg, and the housekeeper brought towels to staunch the blood that was still flowing from the wound. "Is there anything that the young lady would like to have to drink?" the housekeeper asked. "I expect she would like something cool," Colena replied. "Perhaps a little lemonade, if you have any?" "Well, I'll see what I can do," the housekeeper replied. When she had left the room, Colena said quietly to Elizabeth, "Are you still in terrible pain, my dearest? I'm so worried about you." "Oh, it was agony at first," Elizabeth managed to say, "but it's just a terrible ache now." "It was that ghastly man," Colena replied. "I wish I could kill him. As it is, I think I have ruined his eye forever." "I expect if he had kidnapped me," Elizabeth said, hesitatingly, "he would have forced me to marry him." "Well, you have escaped him at any rate," Colena said. "We can only be grateful that he was not successful in carrying you off as he intended." Elizabeth did not answer, and Colena knew at once by the expression on her face that she was still suffering considerable pain. The housekeeper came in with a glass of lemonade, and Colena gently persuaded Elizabeth to swallow a few spoonfuls. The more she looked at her wounded leg, the more unpleasant it seemed, and Colena only hoped that Oliver Stone was suffering as much as Elizabeth. Surprisingly, the doctor was with them far quicker than Colena thought possible. "I was just going on my rounds," she heard him say as he came up the stairs with the man they had called the squire. "They told me that it happened in your drive." "The patient is here in this room," Colena heard the squire reply. Then both of them came into the room. "The doctor is here, and just when we most needed him," the squire said to Colena. "And now, here is my patient," the doctor replied, bending over the bed. He looked down at Elizabeth's leg, lying on a very blood-stained towel. "This is an unexpected accident to have happened in your drive, my lord," the doctor commented. Colena longed to ask if the carriage that had been carrying Oliver Stone was still there, but she thought it best at this stage to say nothing as to what had happened with him. The doctor was still bending over Elizabeth. Then he and the housekeeper started to put her leg in a different position, which made her give a cry of pain. The squire took Colena by the arm and drew her out of the bedroom. "It will only upset you," he said, "if you hear your sister groaning in agony. I can assure you that the doctor is a very skilled man, and he will certainly not let her suffer more than is absolutely necessary." He led Colena out onto the landing and closed the bedroom door behind him. "Now, please, tell me, why are you visiting me?" he asked. "I think you can guess the reason for that," Colena replied. "We were told that you had some treasures to sell, so my sister and I came to see if there was anything among them that we particularly wanted." "Well, then, of course, I will only be too pleased to show you what is to be sold," he said with a sigh. "I can see already that your house is very lovely," Colena told him, "and Elizabethan too. Do you really have to sell any of its contents?" "Oh, it's a very sad story, and I'm afraid the answer to your question is yes. I can assure you that it will be the same agony for me as your poor sister is suffering from her damaged leg." The way he spoke told Colena that he was speaking in all sincerity, and not in any way acting a part. "I would love to see what you have to sell," Colena said. "Actually, I want 2 pictures in particular." "I have not moved anything off the walls, and have only spread out a little of the silver in the dining room," he said. "To be absolutely honest, I'm hoping that what our visitors wish to buy is not anything that I particularly want to keep." Colena laughed because it was a funny way to put it. Then she said, "I'm so sorry for you having to part with anything from this beautiful house, which I am certain has been collected down the centuries." "You're quite right," the man who she now knew to be Lord Herrenwood answered. "But I suppose, as the house has possessed them for several centuries, one should not grumble if one has to part with a few of them." "If it was me, I would grumble a great deal," Colena admitted. "Were your ancestors really here in the reign of Queen Elizabeth?" "The house was built in 1601, Lord Herrenwood replied, "and as we as a family have lived here ever since, in most cases we have been idyllically happy." "That is the sort of thing one wants to hear," Colena answered. "But however brave you are about it, it is very hurtful to lose anything that belongs to the house, which of course will be a severe loss to those who come after you." "It is kind of you to understand," Lord Herrenwood said quietly. "Your sister is in one of the state bedrooms, and as the others are on this landing, I think that you had better see them first." He took Colena into the bedrooms, which were, she thought, even lovelier than the one occupied by Elizabeth. All the beds were 4-posters, and those that were carved in gold were particularly fine. The master bedroom made her draw in her breath. The furniture was all inlaid, and the bed was hung with red velvet, while, as a background, the family coat of arms was embroidered over the head of the bed. "It's magnificent," Colena exclaimed. "You must feel very proud when you sleep here." Lord Herrenwood smiled at her. "I'm just wondering how long I will be able to do so." "Oh, is it really as bad as that?" Colena asked. "Almost," he replied. "But I really don't want to talk about myself and my troubles when you must be very worried about your sister." Colena then walked across to the window. "Will you forgive me," she said, "if I just look to see if the man who caused the disaster is still here?" "Oh, you mean he was in the carriage I saw in the drive when I picked up your sister?" Lord Herrenwood asked. "That's right. Oh, he's a wicked man, and I hope you will not let him in if he comes up to your house." "If he is responsible for your sister's leg being so badly wounded," Lord Herrenwood said, "I will certainly close the door against him. I promise you that he will not trouble you while you are both here." Colena smiled at him. "That is just what I would expect you would say, living in a house like this," she replied. "I promise you, the man in question is horrible and most unpleasant, and my sister and I hope never to see him again." She had reached the window by this time, and saw to her relief that the carriage had gone. She could only hope that Oliver Stone would suffer intensely from his damaged eye, and so would not stay in the countryside looking for them. Someone, she mused, perhaps one of the servants of the towers, had told him where we were going, and he had managed to reach Lord Herrenwood's house just before we did. She was silent, but the expression on her face must have been very obvious, as Lord Herrenwood said quickly, "Ignore him. I promise that whilst you are here he will not come near you. Now, we have looked at the rooms on this floor. We must go and see if the doctor has finished with your sister." They walked back to the state bedroom. As they reached it, the doctor and the housekeeper came out. "Is my sister all right?" Colena inquired.
"She has a very unpleasant wound on her leg," the doctor replied, "which is going to hurt her, I am afraid, until it has healed completely."
"How long would that take?" Colena asked him.
"She must stay in bed for a week or so. If you are staying here, then of course I will come every day to dress the wound myself."
Colena gave a gasp, and then, before she could say anything, Lord Herrenwood proposed, "Of course, she must stay, and please tell us exactly what we are to do. It's fortunate that you live only a short distance away." The doctor smiled, and then remarked,
"I should be very worried if the young lady, who is being very brave, by the way, has to go elsewhere."
Colena looked at Lord Herrenwood. "I am only too delighted for you to be my guests," he beamed. "Thank you. Oh, thank you so much," Colena replied. "You are very kind. It looks a horrible wound to me, but it always looks worse when there is a lot of blood."
"You are right," the doctor agreed, "but you must prevent her from moving more than necessary. She is very comfortable in bed, and I will be back this evening to put a cage over her leg to prevent the bed covers from touching it."
"I am more grateful than I can say," Colena told him. "I am also very thankful for being able to stay here, my lord. I will, of course, send my driver back home for the things we require. If you make a list, I expect when he has finished enjoying himself in the kitchen," Lord Herrenwood said, "he'll be on his way." He paused before he added, "Unless your house is very far from here, he should be back before you retire for the night." "Oh, he will do that easily," Colena stated. "And thank you again, so very much, my lord." She had actually managed, she reflected, not to tell him where they were staying. She thought it would be wise if he pressed her to say that they were just guests at the Towers, rather than he should know that she was the owner. She could not help remembering that her nanny had often said, "One lie leads to another, I always says." That was just what was happening at the moment, and all because they were hiding from fortune hunters like Oliver Stone. They walked downstairs with the doctor, and Colena thanked him several times for being so kind and attending to Elizabeth. She could not say to him that they could afford the best treatment, and if necessary, the most expensive drugs and medicine available, but she hoped he would understand that they were not poverty-stricken in any way. While Lord Herrenwood had to sell what he owned, they, on the other hand, had come here as buyers of his treasures. It was difficult to put into words that would not make his lordship feel uncomfortable, but she thought that the doctor understood. She also thought that she would be able to speak to him more confidentially when he returned later with what he required for Elizabeth's comfort. He had already given her something to make her sleep, and it had prevented her from feeling too much pain while he washed and dressed her wound. When he drove away in his rather small carriage, Colena felt that he was a very understanding man. They were most fortunate that he was in attendance, rather than if Elizabeth had been looked after by someone inexperienced, who perhaps would have hurt her more than she had been hurt already. When the doctor had gone, promising to be back within the next 2 or 3 hours, Lord Herrenwood took Colena over the more splendid rooms in his house. The hall itself was much bigger than it looked from the outside, and she was very fascinated in that it had hardly been altered since it was first built. All the ceilings were low compared to the towers, but on the walls were an accumulation of the treasures that the Heronwoods had collected over the centuries. They indeed made the house a superb treasure trove for anyone who appreciated all that was old and beautiful. The pictures alone were breathtaking, and so was the silver that had passed from owner to owner, who always added in turn to what he had inherited. "I am the only scapegoat," Lord Heronwood said bitterly, when finally they sat down in the drawing-room where tea had been laid for them. "You mean you are the first one to sell from this abundant Aladdin's cave?" Colena asked. "It's not entirely my fault," he replied. Colena was sitting on the sofa to pour out the tea, and Lord Heronwood had drawn up a comfortable chair. "How do you manage to excuse yourself?" Colena inquired. "I cannot bear to think of you selling anything in this amazing house. Every room seems to be just perfect." "That is what I think myself," he answered. "But unfortunately, my father was most unlucky, and I can assure you that he had no more wish to sell anything here than I have." "What happened?" Colena asked. "He invested in 2 companies which sprung into existence last year, and told those who invested in them that they would be rich beyond their wildest dreams in just a year or so." "Are you saying that the companies have failed, my lord?" Colena inquired. "One which makes new boats may improve," Lord Heronwood replied slowly, "but it's unlikely, as they don't have enough capital to produce the kind of boats and ships that are now in demand." He then mentioned the name of the company, and it seemed somehow familiar to Colena. She thought that her father must have spoken to her about it at one time. "What was the other one that disappointed you?" she asked. "Oh, it has not disappointed me, as I would never have invested in it in the first place. But my father was one of those people who liked anything new and innovative." He hesitated before he went on. "I think the man in question found it easy to extort a large sum of money from him, which he could not afford, simply because he promised that his investment would be multiplied 1,000 times in the next few years." "What was that for?" Colena asked. "Need you ask?" Lord Heronwood replied. "Trains, of course. People have gone mad on trains. I should not be surprised if they soon find that they have made a huge mistake in putting large sums of money into railways." Colena recalled that her father had done exactly the same, but he had made a great deal of money from his choice, so she thought that his lordship was unreasonably pessimistic. If his father had invested in trains, then sooner than most people might have expected, his money would have multiplied as his father's had done. "Which railway has disappointed you?" she asked. "Actually, it's the railway which goes through here, and is at the moment known as the Southern Railway, as it goes down to the English Channel, if, of course, it ever gets there." Once again, Colena thought to herself that he was being unnecessarily pessimistic, but she could understand that what people wanted was not cash tomorrow, but cash today, and some were unable to wait. However, she did not say anything. She only looked around the room, thinking that it was beautifully decorated. The pictures had obviously been especially chosen for the drawing-room, and they seemed to blend perfectly with the covers of the chairs and sofas. As they finished their tea, Colena said, "Now please, my lord, will you show me some more of this enchanting house?" Because she was so enthusiastic, Lord Heronwood was only too delighted to do so. He showed her the study and the music-room, with a conservatory leading from it. But best of all was the little chapel at the back of the building, which had been built at the same time as the house. And then there was the small cramped hole where the Catholic priests hid, and she was not the least surprised to learn that King Charles II had stayed here, and a number of important people had been hidden here during the reign of Oliver Cromwell. "It's like reading from an exciting history book," Colena told Lord Heronwood, as they went from room to room. "That is what I felt when I was young," he replied. "Now, I keep wondering what should go next, and I hate having to part with anything." I can well understand, my lord, and I'm going to ask you a very great favour."
"What is that?" Lord Herrenwood inquired.
"You have been very kind to my sister and me, and because you have welcomed 2 uninvited guests to your house so generously, I believe that your luck will change." She paused before she went on. "Will you promise that you will not sell anything until our visit comes to an end, and we have decided which of your treasures we particularly need, which is why we are here today?" Lord Herrenwood did not reply. "You have not shown them all to me, but I am sure that I will buy more than anyone else. I was brought up to appreciate anything which is old, and anything that is called art. So I promise you that you will not lose by agreeing to my request, and what you do have to sell will be happy, because I will love it as you do."
"Then, of course, I give you my promise," he said. "Equally, I must be honest and tell you that I cannot wait very long."
Lord Herrenwood gave a deep sigh. "You have seen the condition of the village as you came through it. Although it is covered up at the moment, there is a great deal that must be done to this house if it is to continue to be as beautiful, as you put it, as it has been over the centuries." "Just trust me, my lord," Colena said. "It seems an odd thing to say when we are strangers to each other, but I have a feeling that you will benefit by having us here. My father always credited me with having what the ancient Egyptians call the third eye, an ability to see into the future and to be able to know what people are thinking and even see into their souls." There was silence before she added, "Although I cannot really tell you the reason for it, I know instinctively that your luck has changed." Lord Herrenwood gave another sigh. "I only hope that you're right. It means more to me than I can possibly say. It has been agony these past weeks, after I was told they could not make any promises to me that I would benefit from my father's investments." Colena did not speak, and he went on. "At the same time, if I was prepared to wait, they were quite certain that in a year or so things would be very different." He made a gesture with his hands before he said, "How can I wait a year or two? How can I make the people in the village suffer as they are suffering now? Many of them who have been employed on our estate have been thrown off. Although you may not have realized it, this house is run by the love of the old servants who stay on, although I am unable to pay for the right number for such a large building." There was a touch of agony in his voice when he spoke about the village, and it made Colena feel that she wanted to comfort him, and in a quiet voice she said, "I do have a distinct feeling that everything is now changing for you, and in the right direction." "I will go to the chapel tonight," Lord Herrenwood said, "and pray that you really are an angel sent down from heaven. You have certainly brought me a contentment I have not felt for the last few months. So let's talk about things that are happy and more cheerful," Colena replied. "I think you said, when we were looking at some pictures, that you had been abroad quite a lot. You must tell me where you have been, and what you have particularly enjoyed in each different country. I have always wanted to travel." "So have I," Lord Herrenwood answered. "That is why, whenever I have the opportunity, and thank goodness there have been quite a number of them, I manage to slip away abroad and explore a new part of the world for myself." "And you bring home anything that you think will seem right here in your delightful house which you love so much?" Colena said. He smiled at her. "How did you guess?" he asked. "I have bought objets d'art which were so attractive that I just could not leave them behind." "That is easily the best excuse for extravagance I have ever heard," Colena remarked, and they both laughed. They were still talking when the doctor returned with a special cage to put over Elizabeth's leg. As she went upstairs with the doctor, leaving Lord Herrenwood behind, Colena thought that she had no idea when they left the towers early this morning that such an adventure would lie ahead of them. She felt terribly sorry for Elizabeth, but she had to admit It was very thrilling, being with the most interesting and attractive young man she had ever met, as well as being in a house that made her gasp with excitement every time she looked round it. Elizabeth was still asleep from the painkiller that the doctor had given her on her first visit. With Colena's help, he managed not to wake her when he put the cage over her leg, and then he covered her leg with a special ointment that had only recently reached Merrifield from London.
"They say it's marvellous," the doctor said. "Your sister will be able to tell us whether the inventors of it were right or wrong when she recovers."
"I have a feeling that she is very lucky to find you, just as I am lucky to have found this beautiful and exciting house," Colena replied. The doctor smiled at her.
"That is the way to enjoy life. It is something that anyone as pretty as you should feel, and go on feeling all your life."
"I hope that is a premonition, Doctor. I have already told Lord Herrenwood that I am sure we will bring him luck." The doctor sighed.
"It is what he needs at this moment. His father, just like all of us, wanted to be a millionaire, but I am afraid he backed the wrong horses."
He looked at Elizabeth again before he added,
"Anthony Herrenwood is a splendid young man. I have known him since he was born. He's always thinking of other people rather than himself. He has made this house even more beautiful than it was before he came into it."
Colena smiled to herself as the doctor went on.
"But his father, as a great number of other people have done, gambled on ships and trains that are not always as fast or as successful as their inventors expected."
Colena had often heard her father saying the same thing. Suddenly, she had an idea. "As I am sure that his lordship would like to give you a drink before you leave," she said, "will you wait downstairs just 5 minutes while I write a special letter which I would like to catch the post as soon as possible?"
"Of course, yes, I will do that," the doctor replied. "But don't take too long, as I have 2 other visits before I can go home to my dinner."
"I'll be as quick as I can," Colena promised, "and thank you very much indeed, Doctor." She walked back to Elizabeth's bedroom, as she had seen that there was a marquetry writing table in one corner of the room. She was sure, as everything was so well organized, that she would find paper on which to write a letter and an envelope to put it in. It took her exactly 5 minutes to write the letter. When she had put it in an envelope and addressed it to her father's right-hand man at their office in London, she knew that what she had asked for would be carried out in the same precise and swift manner in which her father had insisted his orders should be followed. Then she went downstairs to find the doctor. He was, as she had expected, enjoying a drink in the study, where she felt that Lord Herrenwood must spend a great deal of his time. She gave him the letter and money for the stamp. "I will be very grateful if you will post this for me, Doctor," she said. "Oh, I can give you a stamp," Lord Herren told her. "You can then keep your money for something more important." "Nothing can be more important than this particular letter," Colena replied, "and I insist on paying my own way and not relying so much on your generosity, my lord." Lord Herrenwood laughed. "I wish everyone would feel like you do, but unfortunately there are a great number of people in this world, as the doctor will doubtless agree, who take everything they can, and will give nothing back in return." The doctor chuckled and observed, "That sums up well most of my patients." Colena made a mental note that his bill should be a correct one, and that they would certainly not presume on his kindness, nor for that matter would she presume on Lord Herrenwood's. "You both have been so kind," she said, "that it would be impossible for me to reward either of you in plain cash. Instead, I must rely on you both having a blessing from heaven that my mother always claimed was more valuable than anything you could buy."
"Your mother was quite right," the doctor agreed. "And thank you, Miss Brooke. I am delighted to receive a blessing from heaven, and it's certainly something that our host needs at this particular moment."
"Because I believe in miracles," Colena said. "It is something he is going to get. Chapter 6. Elizabeth passed a really good night, thanks to the medicine that the doctor had given her. When she woke in the morning, she felt more like herself. She insisted, as the doctor was calling again at any moment, that Colena tidied her hair and put a pretty frilly bed jacket on her. She powdered her nose and added a little lipstick as well. "You might be dressing yourself for a handsome gentleman in London," Colena teased her. "Oh, I hate looking scruffy," Elizabeth replied, "and the doctor is so kind. I feel much better than I did yesterday, and I most certainly don't want him to see me looking as if I've just fallen down from the chimney." "Well, he should be here soon, and I'm going down to have breakfast with, I hope, our host." Colena paused before she said, "He's so kind, and has really made us feel at home. I just cannot imagine many people doing that when two women, one of them bleeding profusely, pushed their way into his house when he least expected it." "Well, I am sure," Elizabeth replied, "that he would rather talk to you than sit alone waiting for someone like the ghastly Oliver Stone to come and buy his treasures." "I just don't believe for even one moment," Colena answered, "that Oliver Stone intended to buy anything. He just wanted to drag you away and force you to marry him so that he could have all the money he thinks you possess for himself." "I can only be so thankful that you have saved me," Elizabeth said. "I really hope, although it sounds cruel, that you have ruined his eye for life." Oh, it's much too early to talk about anything quite so unpleasant," Colena responded. "So, I am going down to breakfast. I expect yours will be up in a moment or two." Even as she spoke, there came a knock on the door. When they called out, "Come in," a footman entered carrying a breakfast tray. Colena ran past him and downstairs to the dining room to find that Lord Heronwood was already there. He rose to his feet when she appeared, saying, "Good morning, Miss Brooke. I had no idea that you would be so early." "I just wanted to be out in the fresh air," Colena answered, "and perhaps ride one of my horses." He stared at her. "Do you really want to ride?" he asked. "If so, I have 2 horses here which I think are the best I have ever seen. But sadly, they will have to go to Tattersall's next week." Colena gave a cry. "Oh, how could you bear to part with them?" "I feel," Lord Heronwood said, as they sat down at the table, "that it is foolish of me to sell the precious things in the house that have been collected down the centuries and keep my horses that I have bought and trained myself." There was silence for a moment. Then Colena said, "As I inferred last night, I am clairvoyant in some ways with my third eye. I am quite certain that your luck has changed, and that very soon something wonderful will happen that will mean you don't have to sell anything." Lord Heronwood stared at her. Then he said, "Oh, I only wish that would come true." "It will come true, my lord. I just know it will. Therefore, I'm going to ask you again to trust me and not sell anything to anyone for at least 2 weeks." She could see by the expression on his face that he thought she was a rather eccentric girl, trying to prove the impossible. But he suggested, "Shall we say that I will not sell anything to anyone outside, as long as you and your charming sister are staying here as my guests?" Colena smiled at him. "Very well. It's rather a half-hearted response, but I take it as a compliment and kid myself that you believe in me." "I can assure you that I want to believe in you," he replied, "but you have no idea of the difficulties I am in at this present moment." Before she could reply, he said, "I don't want to talk about them. Let's talk about the horses, and when you have seen them you must tell me if you think that they are as good as I believe them to be." "I have ridden excellent horses ever since I could toddle," Colena said. "I will be very honest with you, my lord, and tell you whether I find them good or bad." "That is just the sort of answer I appreciate," Lord Heronwood replied. "I will tell Hopkins, my butler, that if anyone calls to look at what they have heard is for sale, he must tell them to come back another day, which will be after you have left." "I'm asking so much of you." Colena said softly. "I think it is very kind of you not to brush me on one side and tell me that I am talking nonsense." "I really don't believe that you ever would," Lord Herrenwood replied. They gazed at each other as he spoke, and then Colena found it hard to look away. After what seemed an age, she tore her eyes away from him and said, "There is one question that I was going to ask you, and that is if by any chance you have a painting by Francis Barlow. It was 2 of his best paintings that were stolen from my house, and the reason why I was searching to find replacements." "Pictures by Francis Barlow," he exclaimed. "That is strange. I have never known anyone to be particularly interested in him, as we have so many pictures by the well-known and more famous painters." "That is what you showed me yesterday," Colleen said, "and I was very impressed by them, but I wondered if by any chance you did have a Francis Barlow." "It's most extraordinary," Lord Herrenwood replied, "and I have never been asked before. But actually, I have 2 in the room which I have always looked on as my schoolroom. In fact, it was where I had lessons with my tutor when I left the nursery." "You really have 2 pictures by Francis Barlow?" Colena exclaimed. "Oh, how exciting! Oh, do let me see them, please, my lord." "Finish your breakfast, and I will take you to see them at once," Lord Herrenwood told her. "I did not think of it when we were going round the house last night." "I loved his pictures when I was a child," Colena said, "and as they were in the hall in my home, I saw them when I went out for a walk and when I came back. They always seemed to me to be a distinct part of the garden and a simple part of the world outside the house I loved." Lord Herrenwood, looking at her, commented, "That is exactly how you should feel. I have never met anyone before who has realized it." Colena smiled at him, and they talked about other subjects until breakfast was finished. Then Lord Herrenwood suggested, "Now come along, and I will show you what you have been seeking. Quite frankly, I have never thought of selling them." They walked along the corridor where there were some very fine paintings of Lord Herrenwood's ancestors. Then they came to a very small room on the ground floor that Colena thought, the moment she entered it, that it was exactly the sort of room a boy would enjoy having as his study. There were books on one wall which reached up to the ceiling. On either side of the fireplace were 2 paintings by Francis Barlow. One was very like hers that had been stolen. The other was of flowers and birds that she thought was even lovelier than the one that she had loved so much. She gave a cry and stood gazing at them in delight. "I have always been fond of these pictures," Lord Herrenwood said, "but my father told me it was a girlish taste on my part, and I should appreciate pictures of hunting or shooting as I was a boy." "I think they are both lovely," Colena enthused. "I missed the ones I had stolen immediately I went into the house. Please, oh please promise me that you will not sell them to anyone but me." "Of course I promise you, and I would like to give them to you if I could," Lord Herrenwood declared. "But, unfortunately, I need the money to keep this house alive and to put the village back to what it was when my father inherited it." There was a pain in his voice, as if the dilapidated cottages and gardens really hurt him. "And they will most certainly go back to what they were," Colena said softly. He did not answer, but she realized that he was finding it hard to believe her. After she had looked at the pictures, he said, "Now, let's go and see the stables, eh? I begrudge every moment I cannot be with my horses. I know if they do have to go to Tattersall's, I will miss them more than I will miss anything else." "Then of course you will," Colena agreed. "I have always felt the same about my horses. As I had to be away from them for a long time, I only hoped when I went back that they would not have forgotten me, and they had not." She laughed as she added, "They all nuzzled against me, just as they had done before I left." She thought as she was speaking that perhaps she was being rather stupid. It was obvious that Lord Herrenwood would ask her where she had been, and why she was not at home. They had reached the stables by this time, and as he opened the door for her to enter, she went in. There were only 2 horses and many empty stalls. As soon as she saw them, Colena knew that they were as good as the horses she had had at home when her father was alive. They were both extremely well-bred.
"Now, you choose the one you wish to ride," Lord Herrenwood said. "I will give you exactly 5 minutes to change into your riding clothes, or, if you have not any with you, you can borrow some from my housekeeper."
"My own arrived last night," Colena replied. "I was sensible enough when I sent for my sister's clothes and mine to remember that I could ride if you had any horses."
"As you can see, I have two, and I am longing to see you on one," Lord Herrenwood said.
Colena did not stop to talk further. She ran back to the house, and going to her room, she changed into what she told herself was record time. As she was running back down the stairs, she found that the doctor was already halfway up them. He was accompanied by a tall, good-looking young man.
"Good morning, Miss Brooke," he said. "I hope your sister is well. I wanted to ask, before I went in to her, if you would mind very much if I took my assistant with me."
"I'm sure she will not mind," Colena replied, "so I can answer for her."
"It all sounds rather strange," the doctor went on, "but this gentleman is the son of Lord Summerfield, who is the Lord Lieutenant for Cambridgeshire."
The man he was talking about held out his hand. As he took Colena's, he said, "The doctor has not explained that I am asking, as a great favour, that he will teach me about accidental wounds, and the type of diseases one can contract abroad. He has told me that he has treated your sister's wounds in exactly the way I must do if the question arises." "So you are going abroad?" Colena inquired.
"I hope to," the young man replied, "as I have always wanted to explore the lesser-known and wilder parts of the world, and now I have the opportunity. I am learning all that I can find necessary before I leave."
"Well, I think that is very sensible of you," Colena told him. He smiled at her.
"I can see that you understand," he said. "Most people think it's a waste of time, and I should either join the army or help my father in this county. But I have a longing to explore what most people know very little about."
"Of course, and I am sure that you will find it very exciting," Colena replied. "It is what my sister is interested in too. She has been reading a book about China and other places in the East."
"Well, I am very pleased," the doctor said, "to know that you are not horrified at the idea of my using your sister as an example of how to treat an unexpected wound. It is something which I feel John will encounter on his journey, whether he looks for it or not."
"I think it is a wise precaution," Colena said, smiling at John Summerfield. He smiled back. Then she passed by him to run to the stables. As she came out of the door, she found that Lord Herrenwood had already brought the horses to the front. He was riding one and leading the other, on which he had put a side saddle. He passed the doctor's carriage as he came from the stables and said, "I see the doctor is with your sister. I am glad he has come, just in case there is anything else he could do to make her recover more quickly. He has brought a somewhat unusual medicine with him in the shape of a young man," Colena told him. Lord Herrenwood stared at her before he asked, "A young man?" "Yes, he is the son of the Lord Lieutenant, who is apparently planning to go abroad." Oh, that's John," Lord Herrenwood replied, "and he is a very nice boy, and we have been friends ever since we went to the same school together." "Eton, I suppose?" Colena queried. Lord Herrenwood looked hard at her. "How do you know that?" he asked. "I just thought that you looked like an Etonian, and as my father was one, he could always recognize them long before they were introduced." Lord Herrenwood laughed. "I did not know that we were quite so obvious," he said. "Now, tell me what you think about my horses." "I will tell you when we have galloped hard, and you must tell me where we can do so." "Of course," Lord Herrenwood answered. He led the way into an orchard. As it sloped down the hill, there was at the bottom of it a stream that she had crossed over to reach the house. Then, to her delight, there was a large field through which they could gallop. There was no need to talk, as they both spurred their horses forward and were now moving at a very good speed. It was what Colena had been looking forward to from the moment that she had arrived in England, but she had expected to be riding on her own horses. Now she not only had an exceedingly fine horse to ride, but a competitor in the shape of her host. Without saying anything to each other, they started to race. It was neck and neck when finally they were forced to draw their horses in. "You tried to beat me," Lord Heron said, "but you did not succeed. I thought for a moment that I might be humiliated by being pipped at the post by a woman." "Well, I have never heard anything so smug," she said. "I can assure you that if you give me the right horse, I could jump on it as well as you can. Although, as it happens, I am rather out of practice at present, as I have been abroad." She had, of course, ridden in Paris, but the horses she rode in the Bois de Boulogne were nothing like as good as the one she was mounted on now. As she bent forward to pat his neck, she said, "Your horses are superb, just as your house is, and you must never part with either of them." "Only you understand," he replied. "That is exactly what haunts me. I lie awake at night thinking how I can keep everything or what I can sell that does not matter to me. But unfortunately, it is the one thing I cannot find." "I do understand. Of course I understand," Colena answered sympathetically. "But I promise you, everything will change if you just wait patiently for it to happen." "I'm trying to believe you. Oh, but I'm finding it very hard." As if he could not bear even to talk about it, he turned his horse round. They then trotted to where there was a gap leading into another field. This was even larger and flatter than the field that they had just galloped over. Colena looked at him with her eyes shining as she suggested, "I challenge you, my lord, and I know that it's a challenge you will not refuse." "Well, that is exactly why I'm here," Lord Heronwood chuckled. Then they were dashing off again, riding as if they were striving to win the greatest prize possible, and finding that they were neck and neck again when they reached the end of the field. "This was just the most wonderful ride I have ever had," Colena panted as they drew in their horses. "I never imagined I would find a woman who rode as well as you do," Lord Heronwood admitted. "But then you are different from any other woman I have known." "In what way?" Colena asked him inquisitively. "Well, you are so intelligent for one thing, so very beautiful for another, and thirdly, I find myself lost with admiration because you ride better than any woman I have ever seen, let alone encountered." "That is a compliment I really enjoy." Colena thought how proud her father would be. He had been such an excellent rider himself, and he wanted his daughter to be better than anyone else, which was exactly what he had made her. "Now, I want to show you a little of my estate," Lord Heron suggested. "You will then understand why I need so much money to look after it, and to keep it as it always has been, at least for the last 2 centuries. He showed her 2 farms which were delightful as they had been cultivating the same ground for 200 or 300 years. He also showed her the lake that she thought would be the perfect place for swimming. "I thought of that too," he said, before she could speak. "But I could not afford to put up the bathing house, which it needs, or to make certain that the water was clean enough for the swimmers. I think years ago there used to be a county games held here. The lake was used not only for swimming but also rowing. It is something that ought to be done again, and you should do it," Colena said. "Do you suppose that I don't want to?" he questioned. Then he said, almost shouting the words, "Money. Money, money, and whoever invented money invented the curse of mankind." "I suppose that is true," Colena answered. "At the same time, it would be extremely difficult if one had to find something to exchange, or perhaps take by force what one wanted, as undoubtedly our ancestors did." Lord Heronwood laughed. "I expect you are right. On the whole, it's easier to have a guinea or so in one's pocket, but very disappointing when you put your fingers in and find that it's not there." There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, and she knew how much he must be suffering. feeling it impossible to keep his house in good order and to know that his land was not as well farmed as he would wish. They rode back slowly to the house. Colena ran upstairs to see if Elizabeth was all right. "The doctor is very pleased with my progress," she said, "and he is congratulating himself on being so clever." "Did you mind having a visitor?" Colena asked. "Oh, I thought he was charming. He's coming in again this afternoon to bring me something new which has just arrived from London. It is supposed to heal one quicker than anything has ever done before." "Well, that sounds interesting. And is the doctor coming with him?" "He hopes to do so, but there is a baby in the village arriving at any time. He is delighted to have an assistant who can at least run errands for him, if nothing else." Both girls laughed. "Oh, I think it's a good way, which we never thought of before, of entertaining a charming young man instead of dancing with him." Elizabeth gave a sigh. "It will be a long time before I'm able to dance." "Well, you will just have to be content with him talking to you, and as you have such an interesting example of an injured leg, I am sure he will be very grateful for an excuse to keep calling on you. While, unfortunately, I have to stay in bed, Colena, and you are having all the fun with our good-looking host." Colena could not deny this, so she smiled and said, "Well, I only spoke to your new doctor on the stairs, and he seemed charming to me, and very unlike the village doctor I remember at home. He always had cold hands and an unpleasant way of giving me nasty pills to swallow." Elizabeth laughed, and then she commented, "I feel so much better after the medicine the doctor gave me, that I feel I will soon be downstairs, even if our host has to carry me down." She might have been predicting what would happen 3 days later. Only it was not her host who carried her down, but who Colena called her new doctor. As John and Lord Hayward were old friends, he invariably stayed for a meal, saying that the cook that his lordship employed was very much better than the old one at the doctor's house. "You know as well as I do that Mrs. Barnes has been with me since I was a schoolboy," Lord Herronwood pointed out. Turning towards John Summerfield, he went on, "And you used to gobble up the cakes and biscuits you always sent back to me. I remember, too, you being particularly greedy in the holidays when you grabbed more sandwiches out shooting than I did." "I deny every word of it," John said laughingly. "If anyone was greedy as a small boy, it was you." They joked with each other and made Colena laugh. She thought that it was mean not to let Elizabeth join them, and then the two men vied with each other as to who should carry her downstairs. Colena was amused to notice that when they tossed a coin for the privilege, it was John who won. There was no doubt that, although she had to sit at the table with her legs stretched right out, Elizabeth seemed to blossom more at every meal. The four of them seemed to be laughing at almost every moment. It was only when Elizabeth had been carried up to bed by John, and he had gone home as the doctor wanted him to go out very early the next morning, that Colena and Lord Herronwood, who she now called Tony, were alone in the drawing-room. "If only you knew," he said, as he sat down on the sofa beside her, "what a difference you have made since you came here." "In what way?" Colena asked him. "I was in the depths of depression. Every night, when I sat alone, I felt as if the walls were closing in on me. Sooner or later, everything would be sold, and the house would be bare, and I might even have to sell it as well." "Of course, well, you cannot do that," Colena exclaimed. "Not when your family have been living here so many centuries. Why do you not trust your luck that something will turn up? You turned up, and everything is different because you are here," he answered. "Now, when you leave me, it will be even worse than before you came." "Why should it be, Tony?" Colena asked. "Because I will lose you," he replied. "But there is nothing more I can say." She looked at him inquiringly, and he carried on. You must know, because you are a woman, that I have fallen in love with you. But then, I have nothing to offer you, nothing at all, unless I sell half the contents of the house. Even that might not be enough. You are not to sell anything, Colena insisted. I told you, and you promised me that you would not. She knew by the way he was looking at her that he was about to say something. Then, as if it was impossible, he walked across the room to stand at the open window. "Go to bed," he said without looking round. "I am trying to behave like a gentleman, because you are here alone and more or less unchaperoned. But if you drive me too far, I might upset you." Because of the way he spoke, and because of the depth of feeling in his voice, Colena rose from the sofa and walked towards the door. As she reached it, she looked back and said, "I told you that things will alter, and for the moment you just have to look up at the stars and believe what I have said will come true." She closed the door before he could reply. As she walked up the stairs to bed, she felt as if her whole body was singing with joy and happiness. She did not dare to put it into words, even to herself, what she thought had happened. Yet she knew it had. But she must wait. Wait until he could see what he was longing to see, and what she was longing to hear. Only when she reached Elizabeth's room did she hesitate for a moment. Then, as she walked in very quietly, expecting to find her cousin fast asleep, she found to her surprise that the candles by her bed were still lit, and she was not asleep. John had carried her upstairs over an hour ago, and there had been a housemaid to help her into bed. "You were supposed to be asleep," Colleen said as she walked towards her. "I don't feel at all sleepy now I'm here," Elizabeth replied. "Actually, I wished I had stayed downstairs, and I am surprised that you have come up so soon." "John did not come back to us, so he must have left the house after he carried you up to bed," Colena said. "Oh, I thought perhaps he would," Elizabeth murmured. "He told me tonight that he loved me. But as he has so little money, he could not offer me marriage, and he could only hope that one day, when he came back from abroad, I would not have married anyone else." Colena stared at her. "Did he really say that, Elizabeth?" "He told me that on the stairs, and then before I could say anything he carried me into the bedroom. As the maid was waiting for me, he left." "So, he loves you," Colena said. "I thought he did, from the way he was looking at you. It has been such fun these last few nights, and I don't remember ever laughing so much." "I feel the same too," Elizabeth replied, and there was an expression in John's eyes which made me feel very excited, and I'm counting the hours until he comes again. She made a sound that was almost a cry as she said, "Oh, Colena, when can we tell him that we have so much money that we are running away from it? If John really wants to marry me, and if you will help me, I am rich enough to marry anyone, even if they don't own a penny." "Of course you can have money," Colena said. "You know Papa was so grateful to you for coming to Paris to be with me, and as we were changing places when we came back to London, I forgot to tell you that, before he died, he told me that you were to have £20,000 a year, and I was to see to it when we returned." She gave a little cry as she continued, "Oh, forgive me. Oh, it was so stupid of me not to tell you about it. But what with Papa's death, and then I felt so upset because the Comtesse was trying to make her son marry me, and we changed places. I did not think that you would want to know what you yourself possessed." There was silence for a while before she went on. "Of course, I should have tidied this up with our solicitors as soon as we reached London." £20,000 a year?" Elizabeth cried. "Oh, I don't want as much as that." "Don't be silly," Colena rebuked her. "Of course you must have what Papa left you, and I should have told you before. But all I thought about was that I was you and you were me, and I forgot all about money for a change." Elizabeth smiled. "It is just what most people think about all the time, unfortunately, and what is more, they have to." I know, Colena replied, "and it is so silly of me. But I knew that we were together and you could have everything you wanted. If Papa has not left you enough, naturally I will give you some more." "Well, I don't know what to say," Elizabeth whispered. "I thought that your Papa would perhaps give me a small allowance, but £20,000 a year. He told me it was what I had to arrange. Therefore, when you stop being Miss Brooke, or me, you will be free to marry anyone, even the Prince of Wales, if it pleases you." Elizabeth laughed as her cousin meant her to do. "He is the last person I want," she replied. "But to tell the truth, dearest, I have fallen in love with John. He is the sort of man I know I could make happy when he said that he loved me, and if he had waited for just a moment, I would have told him so." "I expect he felt shy and upset because he could not afford to offer you marriage," Colena said soothingly. "I promise you, Elizabeth, you will have all the money you want, and if you would like me to, I will tell him how rich you are." Elizabeth gave a cry. "No, oh no, you must not do that. I want him to tell me that he really loves me first, and just as I am running away from that perfectly ghastly Oliver Stone because he wants my money, I want to marry John because he loves me for myself." She sighed before she added, "He must not know how rich I am until we are actually married." Colena nodded. "I understand, only too well. I will let you into a secret, but you must not say a word to anyone." "What is it?" Elizabeth asked. "I have arranged that Tony will get back the money that his father spent on 2 companies that were exactly what Papa made his fortune from." Elizabeth did not speak. She merely stared at her. "He is going to learn in a very short time," Colena went on, "that he will not have to sell the treasures in this house. Then, if he wants me, he will tell me so." "Still thinking that you are Miss Brooke?" Elizabeth chimed in. "Yes, of course. Still thinking that I am no one of any particular importance." "We have certainly set them a task," Elizabeth said. "But I'm so frightened that John will go away and forget me." "I think that is most unlikely," Colena assured her. "We must pray that my news will come through quickly. But if John looks as if he is running off to some distant place he wishes to explore, then I will tell him that you are not as poverty-stricken as he obviously thinks you are." No, leave it to fate," Elizabeth said. "I would so much rather it all came out spontaneously." "I see what you are trying to say," Colena replied. "I promise you, I will not do anything until I get the answer from Papa's manager, who has a brilliant brain. I am quite certain that he will do exactly what I want him to do." "I hope it will be what he wants," Elizabeth said. "It will be. I'm sure of it," Colena promised her. Then she bent down to kiss her. "Go to sleep, dearest," she smiled. "I promise you that everything will be all right. The stars are shining, and when I looked at them before I went down to dinner, I said a little prayer. I know that God will hear it, and we are all 4 going to be very happy." "I do want to believe you," Elizabeth sighed. "I too will pray that everything will come right." Colena bent down and kissed her again. Then, without saying anything more, she went from the room, closing the door behind her. When she reached her own room, she pulled back the curtain and looked up at the stars. Help me, she cried. "So much depends on everything going right, and I'm scared, very scared that it might all go wrong." The stars seemed to be shining on her, and she knew in her heart that her prayer would be answered. Chapter 7. It's a real miracle, an absolute miracle, the doctor exclaimed. "I cannot tell you how thrilled I am that this new ointment that John has found has been so successful." "It certainly has," Elizabeth agreed. She was sitting on her bed, and, as it was such a lovely day, she had dressed before the doctor arrived, the only exception being her injured leg, which was bare. He looked at it again and exclaimed, "All I can tell you, John, is that if you take it round the world, they will call you a witch doctor everywhere it is used." John laughed. The doctor then walked towards the door, saying, "I cannot stop here talking for the simple reason that Mrs. Bassett's baby may arrive at any moment, and I have to be there. You can join me later, John, if you like. You know where I am." Without waiting for an answer, he shut the door, and they heard him hurrying along the passage. Elizabeth pulled her pretty cotton dress down over her naked leg. "That is good news," she said, gazing at John. "It's not good news for me," he said, "if it means that you will be leaving." She looked up at him questioningly as he said, "You know that I fell in love with you the moment I saw you, and now I cannot let you go. Perhaps you care for me a little, but I want a great deal more." Elizabeth's eyes seemed to widen, and he moved closer to her and sat down on the bed. As if he could not find the words to express what he was feeling, he pulled her close to him, and his lips found hers. He kissed her at first very gently, then more firmly, as if he was asserting himself with his kisses. When he raised his head, he sighed. "I love you. I love you, Elizabeth. Tell me you will marry me, or I will go around the world and never come back." Elizabeth replied in a whisper, "I love you too, John, and I thought that I would never see you again if you went abroad." "If I go round the world, then you are coming with me," John said firmly. "In fact, Elizabeth, I don't want to go anywhere or do anything without you." He kissed her again, and it was impossible for her to answer him. She only knew that it was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened to her. She had been so afraid that she might lose him that she had even hesitated to tell Colena that she had fallen in love. I love you, John," she wanted to blurt out over and over again. But he was kissing her, and it was impossible to say anything, only to return his kisses. Downstairs, the doctor had jumped into his rickety open carriage, and he was turning it round in the courtyard when Lord Herrenwood and Colena, who had been riding, came over the bridge. The carriage moved towards them, and then, as the doctor passed them, he called out, "A miracle cure has occurred, and you need worry no longer about your pretty sister. In a week or so, she will be dancing." Before they could reply, he drove on and shouted back, "So, I will not be coming again unless you send for me." Colena, thinking how splendid it really was, because Elizabeth's leg had looked so terrible, rode up to the stable yard, and as there seemed to be no one about, she took her horse into its stall. Lord Herrenwood was following her, and he put his horse into an adjacent stall. He was rather quicker at removing his harness than Colena, and she was just taking off the horse's bridle when he came into the stall she was in. "That is such very good news," she said. "I was so worried that my sister would have a damaged leg forever, but now he has cured it in what is actually a very short time." "If it means that you will leave," Lord Herrenwood said, "then it is the most disastrous thing that could ever happen to me." Colena looked at him in surprise, and he went on, "I just cannot lose you. How can I let you go away when you have become so much a part of my life, and more beautiful than anything I possess?" Colena gave a little gasp. Then his arms were round her, and his lips were searching for hers. For just a moment, she was almost too surprised to realize what was happening. Then she surrendered herself into his arms, and next he was kissing her fervently and passionately. She knew that this was what she had been longing for, and what she had hoped to find one glorious day. After what seemed a long time, he said in a strange voice, "I know I cannot live without you, Colena, and if I have to sell every painting in the house to keep you, I will do so." "You love me as much as that?" she whispered. "I love you more than I can ever express, and I want you to marry me as quickly as we can, just in case you slip away and I cannot find you again." "I will definitely not do that," Colena promised. Then she was unable to say anything, because he was kissing her again, kissing her wildly and passionately until the horse they wanted to go into its manger pushed them on one side. "We are getting in his way," Lord Herrenwood said. "Let's go to breakfast, and then we can make plans." Colena looked up at him. "You really want me? Because I am me?" she asked him, with a bright light gleaming in her eyes. "Exactly," he answered. "To me, you are the most perfect woman I have ever met, and every time I look at you, my heart turns a somersault." Colena laughed as he meant her to do. Hand in hand, they went out of the stall, much to the horse's relief. Then, because it was all so wonderful and just so unexpected, they walked in silence to the front door. When they entered the dining room, Elizabeth was already there with John. He rose from his chair as they entered, and saw that Colena was holding Lord Herrenwood's hand. Colena saw the expression on his face and said, "We have something exciting to tell you." "And we have something to tell you too," Elizabeth cried. Colena sat down at the table, and Lord Herrenwood sat at the head of it. "What we are trying to say," he said, "is that now that Elizabeth is well, and the doctor is not coming here any more, I have to stop Colena leaving me. So, we're going to be married as soon as possible." Elizabeth gave a cry of delight. "Oh, how wonderful!" she exclaimed. "We, too, are getting married." Colena looked at Elizabeth and gasped. "How marvellous," Colena said. "I did so hope you would. Now that horrible man will never be able to kidnap you again." "I will see to that," John then declared. "If anyone kidnaps you in the future, it will be me." He looked at Elizabeth with such love in his eyes that Colena moved instinctively towards Lord Herrenwood. "What I was thinking," he said, "is that we don't want a big wedding. I personally want everything to be as quiet as possible, without all those gushing people telling me just how lucky I am, that I think we should be married quietly in my chapel." He paused, and as no one spoke, he added, "The village vicar is my private chaplain." "Oh, that will be sublime," Colena sighed. Then she looked at John and asked, "Have you a large family who will be angry at not being invited?" "There is only my father, who is very old and deaf," John replied. "He, I am quite certain, will be glad not to have to bother with us." "What about your family?" Lord Herrenwood asked Colena. There was a pause, and then she looked across the table at Elizabeth. But before she could speak, the door opened and the butler came in. "There's a letter just arrived, my lord," he said, "which the bearer said was very important." "Who is it for?" Lord Herrenwood asked. "It's addressed to Miss Colena Brooke," the butler answered. Colena held out her hand and took the letter. "I know what it is," she cried, "and it has come at just the right moment. Thank you very much." As the butler left, she said to Lord Herrenwood, who was looking curious, "I want you to open this, Tony, and to read it aloud for the others to hear." He seemed slightly surprised, but did not question it. He merely opened the letter. "It's from a company," he said. No one said anything, and he started reading. "Dear Miss Dalton, I have now carried out your instructions and made investigations about the firms you inquired about. I find that you are quite right, and they are extremely efficient. Undoubtedly, they will become prosperous if they have enough money to develop, as they intend to do. It is only lack of funds that has slowed them down. But I feel that if your father was alive, he would have approved of your advice to me, and I have put them in order and given them enough money to develop as quickly as possible. If Lord Herrenwood wishes, he can have his father's investments returned to him, but I think he would be wise to leave his money where it is, as it will certainly double or treble within the next 6 months. As he finished reading the letter, Lord Herrenwood exclaimed, I don't understand. How can this have happened? How can it be possible that my money, if I want it, can be returned to me? Colena looked over the table at Elizabeth and said, I think now we have to tell them the truth. Elizabeth nodded. At the same time, she slipped her hand into John's as if she needed his protection. His fingers closed over hers, and he drew a little nearer to her. I am afraid, Colena said in a somewhat hesitating voice, that I have been deceiving you. And my name is not Brooke, but Dalton. She stopped for a moment and seemed to regain some of her composure before she continued. In fact, I was my father's only child, and when he died in France, where he had been very ill for 2 years, I knew I had to come back to London and see all the friends who would have entertained me if I had made my debut, as it was intended when I left school. She sounded so hesitating as she finished speaking that Elizabeth intervened. Now let me say something. The very day after her father died, Colena heard a horrible woman, the Comtesse de Lyons, telling her son that he had to propose marriage to her because she was so rich. There was complete silence, and she went on. It was then that she was frightened of returning to London, because as her father was famous for being such a rich man, she was certain that she would be pursued by men who were only interested in her money, and not her. So we decided to change places, Colena chipped in, and Elizabeth was an angel in saying that she would be me, and then I was her. The 2 men were listening with astonishment in their eyes. As they did not speak, Colena continued, and I was absolutely right. The moment Elizabeth appeared, a terrible man called Oliver Stone pursued her until we decided to run away from London and go to the country. She sighed as she added, It was then that we saw that the 2 pictures in the hall by Francis Barlow, that I had always loved, had been stolen, and then we were informed by someone that there were some valuable antiques to be sold here, at the hall. So that is why you came here, Lord Herrenwood cried. We did not count, Elizabeth came in, on Oliver Stone waiting for me in the drive. He tried to kidnap me, and Colena saved me by pushing her whip into his eye. If I ever get the chance, John said angrily, I will put out his other eye. I have never heard of anything so outrageous. But I was safe, Elizabeth answered, and Tony was so kind in letting us stay as his guests, having no idea that we were not the Brooke sisters we made out. Of course, I had no idea, Lord Herrenwood said, and I feel that I have been listening to a fairy tale, and it cannot all be true. But it is true, Elizabeth insisted, and now that we have both been proposed to, as we really wanted, by men who want us just for ourselves, and not because we are rich or distinguished in any way. And you still want to marry me? John asked, even though I have, very little to offer you.
In fact, I think we will only have a small house on my father's estate."
"I have a better idea than that," Colena interrupted. "I want you to listen to me very carefully, because I have only just thought of it." She smiled before she went on. "I have not mentioned it before, but it has been in my mind for some time."
"We are all listening," John replied.
"What I want," Colena began, "is to stay here, in this beautiful house, which is like a dream. As Elizabeth has just said, I have found someone who loves me because I am me, and not because I am Papa's daughter, and I know I will be blissfully happy." The way she spoke was so moving that Lord Herrenwood picked up her hand and kissed it. "Now, what I suggest," Colena went on, "is that, as I will be so happy here, someone will have to look after the towers. If Elizabeth and John will go and live there, there is a great deal to be done that Papa intended to do when he retired." "You know," Elizabeth said, "that John has wanted to go round the world, which was why he was so keen to heal my leg, so that he could help people in other countries if they were hurt." "I think John will find plenty to do at the towers," Colena replied, "without going abroad, except, of course, for a holiday." She saw that John was listening to her intently, and she went on. "When he retired, Papa always wanted to enlarge the racecourse, which is quite adequate enough for us. But he thought if he had a really big one, it would be a national course with special races to take place 3 or 4 times a year." She saw John's eyes open wide as she continued. "He also had an idea that, if one of the rivers on our large estate was widened, rowing races could take place. As he rowed in the university boat races when he was at Oxford, he was very keen to stage them on his own estate." "Are you quite certain that you want me to do that?" John asked. "I am sure you would enjoy it," Colena replied.
"But maybe it is something that Tony ought to do."
"Tony will have a great deal to do without that," Colena answered. "Papa always said you should have been a boy, and I only hope that your husband, when you have one, will help me with my affairs, which increase dramatically every year." She looked up at Lord Herrenwood as she spoke, and said, "You do understand that they will expect you to visit all Papa's various interests in which he had invested. First of all are the 2 your father invested in. Then there are at least 30 or 40 more in this country alone, not counting those in other countries, both in Europe and the Far East."
"I will hope to do it all to your satisfaction," Lord Herrenwood said, "but you must come with me, and tell me the right way to go about it. If I am to be as good as your father was, or you would have been if you had been a boy."
Colena laughed. "Papa used to say I helped him. While he looked at things from a practical point of view, I looked at them from an aesthetic viewpoint."
"I agree to do what you tell me," Lord Herrenwood said. "But of course, as you helped your father, you will also have to help me. It means that everywhere I go, you must come with me."
"I would hate you to go without me," Colena said softly. "At the same time, I must concentrate on giving you what Papa always wished he had."
"What was that?" Lord Herrenwood asked.
"It was a son. I will pray every night that I can give you not 1, but 2 or 3.
"Could anyone be more wonderful?" he asked.
For a moment, their eyes met, and they forgot that there was anyone else in the room except themselves. It was John who broke the silence.
"I think," he sighed, "I am dreaming all this, and it is not really happening."
"That is what I feel," Elizabeth replied, slipping her hand through his arm. "You know as well as I do that it will be very exciting to be at the towers. The estate is so large that there is always something new to see which one has not noticed before."
"As long as we are together,"
John said in a soft voice that only she could hear. "It will be a dream come true." She looked up at him, and he thought that she was the loveliest girl in the world. And she had found a man who loved her for herself. He would surely enjoy all the endless favours that money could give him without being spoiled by them. What it came to, in simple words, was that it was not money that counted, but what a man gave of himself, of his heart and soul, not only to those he loved, but the world itself. "I love you, I love you," she whispered, so that only he could hear. "I know how happy we will be." "You can be sure of that, Elizabeth, my precious," John answered. It was Lord Herrenwood who brought them back to reality by making plans for their marriage that evening. "Perhaps we ought to wait, so that you can be quite certain that we are doing it in the right way," Colena said a little shyly. "But I am not intending to wait for anything," Lord Herrenwood replied. "I want you, my darling, and I know that once we let our families start talking, they will spoil this wonderful dreamlike world we find ourselves in." He paused before he went on. "What I have to do is to tell the vicar what time we want him here, and I think we should all go into the garden and see what flowers we can pick to decorate the chapel." "Are we then not going to invite any of our relations?" Colena asked. "There will just be the four of us. I think we should send someone ahead to the Towers to inform them that Elizabeth and John will be arriving later, and they will be on their honeymoon. If I tell Briggs that it is a secret and must not be whispered outside the Towers," Colena said, "I know that he will give them a quiet honeymoon. They can explore the house and the estate, and ride my papa's superb horses." Lord Herrenwood nodded and said, "I only hope that you will invite me to help you choose the horses which you will want particularly for your racecourse, and I want several more here, so that we can ride over to you whenever we feel that our horses need more exercise." "Oh, you are so right, so very right," Colena agreed. "And that is exactly what we will do. Of course, I would want to give them the 2 Francis Barlows that are in your study as a wedding present." Lord Herrenwood threw out his arms. "Anything that is mine is yours," he said. "I know they will look magnificent in your hall, and I may borrow from you 2 pictures for my study when my eldest son is old enough to use it." They all laughed, and then Colena said, "Come along, we must now pick the flowers for the chapel. Then Elizabeth and I must go and find something very attractive to wear tonight. We both want to look the most beautiful brides you have ever seen." "You will do that anyway," John said. "But then you are quite right, and I am sure that Tony has something his mother or grandmother wore. I suspect their jewellery is pushed away somewhere in the back of the safe." "Do you have anything like that?" Elizabeth asked. "You know we want to look lovely for our husbands." "Of course, we have centuries of gowns and some jewellery," Lord Herrenwood said, as if it was almost an insult for him not to have some. "While you talk to the housekeeper, I will open the safe and spread it out here on the table, so that we can choose what you like best." The 2 girls jumped for joy at the idea, and they hurried off to find the housekeeper. She was delighted to hear that his lordship was to be married. "He's been ever so lonely at times," she said, "and that be the truth. Friends are friends, but they often arrive when you don't want them, and don't come when you do." "That is true enough," Colena agreed. "But you do understand that we want to look very beautiful, so that our husbands will always remember just how lovely we were on our very special day." "Of course you do, miss," the housekeeper said. "I have exactly what you want, which has been passed down through the centuries. You'll be surprised at what a choice you have when it comes to veils." Oh, let's see them," Colena said quickly. When she had sent back to the Towers to say that they were staying with Lord Herrenwood, It never occurred to her to ask for one of the up-to-date evening dresses that they had brought back from Paris, so she was wondering if there was time to send a groom over for them. But when she saw exactly what the housekeeper had in store, she knew that there was no need. Lord Heronwood's ancestors had not only added to the treasures of the house, but the wedding dresses of their brides had been stored carefully in a special room. There were also wreaths and veils, some of them many centuries old, and dresses worn by their bridesmaids. These were of no interest to Colena or Elizabeth, but the dresses were fascinating. They had, of course, changed in style and material with every century, but two were exquisite in white satin embroidered with bright diamante, and softened round the shoulders with chiffon. The housekeeper had always taken immense pains to preserve the gowns, and they were extremely popular with the sightseers whenever his lordship allowed them to inspect the contents of the house. It was difficult to say which one was the most attractive, but finally Colena chose one that made her look as if she had just floated down from the sky. Sunlight on the stars would glitter on the diamante and make it seem even more dreamlike than it was at the moment. Elizabeth chose a gown that revealed the exquisite curves of her figure. It had a small train of lace which had been beautifully woven from the time when the house itself had been built. "If the men don't think that we look as if we have just walked out of the past, I will be most disappointed," Elizabeth said. "I think that they are so much in love with us," Colena replied, "that whatever we wear, we would seem to them as if we had been robed by the angels in heaven." All the same, they were thrilled with the wonderful jewellery that Lord Heronwood brought out of the safe. Through the centuries, every member of his family had decorated their wives with jewels, which, when they died, they left to the next heir to the title. The two girls were entranced by necklaces in stones of every colour. Diamond tiaras and all the bracelets and necklaces were fantastic. Both, then, chose beautiful wedding rings from the collection, which shone so brilliantly that they were almost afraid to wear them. Colena looked so excited as she went on. "Oh, dearest, how lucky we are! How could we have known when we set off from the towers that day that we would both find the love we were seeking in two men who had no idea that we had more than a penny piece between us?" "We have been very lucky," Elizabeth agreed. "I will pray in the chapel tonight that our love will not only increase during the years, but last for ever and ever." "Of course it will," Colena murmured softly. The flowers they had picked and those that the gardeners had contributed filled the chapel until it was just as beautiful as the two brides. There were golden candlesticks, which were one of the great treasures of the hall, that were so valuable that they were only used on important occasions like tonight. They were certainly impressive, and when they were lit, they made the whole chapel seem to vibrate as if it had come alive. There was no one else there except the two brides and bridegrooms and the vicar, with two servers wearing beautifully embroidered robes, which had also been handed down for 4 or 5 generations. The vicar read the marriage service very sincerely. Colena was sure when they knelt for the blessing that the heavens above them opened. The blessing came not only from God, but from the angels who surrounded him. She believed that hers and Elizabeth's prayers had been heard. Not only her father and mother had brought them the true happiness that she and Elizabeth had found, but they would guide them and help them in the years to come. "Thank you, Papa. Thank you," Colena whispered as she knelt before the altar. She was quite certain in her heart that in some way, just as he had arranged everything when he was alive, so after his death, her father had arranged that she should find the man of her dreams. Elizabeth, too, had found a man who loved her for herself. "We are happy, Papa, so very happy," Colena said. You must help Tony and me to keep alive the business empire that you have built up for England. It will not only benefit so many people because it is successful, but also the sons and daughters I want to give Tony because they must carry on your good work as we ourselves are trying to follow in your footsteps." The prayer came from her very heart. As the vicar blessed her, she knew that they were blessed by God and that her father would be proud of what they had done, and even more proud of what they would achieve in the future. When the service in the chapel was over, and both Colena and Elizabeth now had their wedding rings on their fingers, they went into the dining room. Although there had only been a little time, the cook had managed to produce a glorious wedding cake which adorned the centre of the table. On top of it was the crest of Lord Heronwood in white sugar. The dining room had been decorated with flowers of every colour, and their scent filled the air, and it made them both feel as if the garden as well was blessing them and their marriages. They had not expected all this decoration, but the servants had done it for them, and Lord Heronwood sent 2 bottles of champagne into the kitchen for them to drink their health. As they gazed at each other, the 2 brides looked very lovely, and the men had put on evening clothes in the French fashion for the occasion. They had added decorations that they had received in the army when they had both served for 2 years after they had left university. As they drank each other's health, Lord Heronwood smiled and exclaimed, "How could we have imagined that we would have such a wonderful wedding, and that there would be no friends or relations to irritate us?" "It was so moving," Colena said, "that I was sure the angels were looking down on us from heaven. I am certain that Papa was, and he was very, very pleased that I had found such a wonderful husband of whom he would most definitely approve." "I felt that my mother was watching us," Elizabeth said. "I know she will be as grateful as we are, that we are now going not to some small house which John said when he asked me to marry him that was all he could offer me, but to the Towers, which thrills me every time I think of it." She paused, but as no one spoke she went on. "There are so many beautiful things to enjoy there. I feel it is going to take me years to know everything there is on the estate, and to be able to describe it to those who come to admire the house as one of the most significant in the whole country." "What will be such fun," Colena said, "is that when we do give a party, we can give it with you, because you have so much room." She looked animated as she added, "If you have very special people who appreciate the marvellous treasures that Tony has in our house, they can come to us, and we can see them bursting with admiration." She was looking at Tony as she was speaking, and although he laughed, she saw by the expression in his eyes that he was enjoying everything she said. And he thought that she was so different from any other woman he had ever come across. She always had something original and unexpected to say, and as she was using her third eye, she knew that they would always be able to think the same. If he was ever at a loss, she would be able to help him, not because she was cleverer than him, but because the guidance from her father would always be there for him as long as he lived. It was John who lifted his glass to propose. "I know, Tony, that you will want to drink to the 2 most beautiful women in the world. We will both be eternally grateful to the stars who guided them to us, and us to them." He lifted his glass and toasted, "To Colena and Elizabeth, the 2 most beautiful women ever, not only beautiful, but clever in that they give to everyone something of themselves. It is something good which comes from their very hearts, for which we not only love, but respect them." The 2 girls clapped their hands. "That is such a lovely speech," Elizabeth sighed. "And now Tony must make one." Lord Heronwood lifted his glass before he began. "It is difficult to put into words what one feels in one's heart, but I knew from the moment I first saw my wife, that she was different from anyone else I had ever known. She smiled as he went on. While my eyes told me that she was enchanting, it was my heart that whispered that she was someone I have been seeking all my life. He raised his glass again. I want, therefore, to say thank you to the angels, who I think directed her here and made her visit last not only just a few hours, but several weeks, and now it is for a whole lifetime. That was all due to me, Elizabeth chipped in. If I had not had such a painful leg, we might well have driven home, having bought 2 pictures from you to fill up the gaps in the hall. That is where the unknown comes into our lives, Lord Heron replied. It was not by chance, but maybe our guardian angels who made it impossible for you to leave the house once I had carried you into it. I think it must have been at that moment I fell in love with you, Colena said. You were so strong and so kind, and I thought then that all men should be like you, just as I felt that you were unique and different from any other woman. But now you are mine, Colena, and it is impossible for anyone to take you away from me. I am just so happy, so very, very happy, Elizabeth said. We have to be so grateful to that very unpleasant Comtesse in Paris. If she had not been so greedy in trying to force her son, a very stupid young man, I might add, into marrying Colena for her money, we would never have changed our names before we arrived in London. She sounded rather breathless as she added, Then that horrible man, Oliver Stone, would not have pursued me or tried to kidnap me. I feel it was all planned, and therefore we had to stay here because I was wounded. There was silence, and then she said, It was all thought out by a brain far cleverer than ours. So I drink, not only to our happiness, but with thankfulness to someone wiser than ourselves, who knew what was right for us eventually, even though, when it first happened, it seemed strange and rather frightening. Colena and the 2 men clapped her. A very good speech, Elizabeth, and I am sure that you will have to make many more speeches when John has everything going at the Towers. Not half as many as you will have to make, my precious, Lord Heronwood said. Don't forget that if I go to visit all the new inventions your father has introduced to an unsuspecting world, and I can assure you that they love speeches as I found in the past. He laughed as he added, There is nothing they will enjoy more than seeing you looking so beautiful and telling them they are making more money than anyone expected. So, all those who have invested in any particular company will undoubtedly be thrilled with you. Everyone was listening intently, and he continued, They will be only too willing to come back again when the shares go up even higher than anyone expected them to do. They all laughed at this. Then John said, As we have some way to go, although it will be very easy on the road at this hour of night, I think we should leave. The 2 girls kissed each other affectionately. John kissed Colena, while Lord Heronwood kissed Elizabeth. This has been the happiest and most wonderful evening of my life, Elizabeth said, and one I will never forget. They waved as the 2 of them drove away. Then, to Colena's surprise, her husband picked her up in his arms. I am going to carry you over the threshold, he said, and now we are starting a new life, you and I, as man and wife. I love you and worship you, my precious one, because you are perfection itself. Oh, darling, how can you say such lovely things to me? Colena asked. You know how much I adore you, and I have never been as happy as I am now. I was always frightened I would be married to someone who not only wanted me because I was Papa's daughter, but because I had so much money. I love you. I adore you, her husband said as they went up the stairs.
and I will go on saying it, from now until we join your Father in heaven. I am determined that he will say, 'Well done, my boy. You have done exactly what I wanted you to do.'"
"Of course he will say that, because you will have done," Colena said. "You have to admit that it was fate, or perhaps it was Papa, who brought us together in this strange and wonderful way." "I love you, Colena," he sighed again. As they entered the master suite, he put her down. Without saying anything, he went to the room next door, which was now to be his dressing room. Because she knew that he would not be very long, Colena slipped out of the beautiful wedding dress and put it over the back of a chair. Then she put on her prettiest nightgown, which she had chosen particularly for tonight. Going over to the bed, she stepped into it. She had not thought when she got into bed to blow out the candles in the other parts of the room, but when Tony came in, he blew them out quickly, one by one. Then he came to the bedside. There were only a few candles left by the bed, just enough to make her fair hair cascading onto her shoulders look exquisite and very desirable. Just for a moment, Lord Heronwood stood, looking down at her. As she held out her arms, he said, "I am wondering if you are real or merely a dream." "I am real, very real, darling Tony, and I love you for now and forever," Colena whispered. Then he was kissing her wildly, until, as he finally made her his, they touched heaven and all the stars were falling from the sky. They had found the love which comes from God, is part of God, and was theirs for eternity, for this life, and for their many lives together that were yet to come. Hiding from the Fortune Hunters. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren.